Да, все, в принципе.
Все нормально?
Да, все в порядке.
Слушай, ты вчера сидел, разбирался. Что-то еще есть, кроме того, что нам вот тот парень говорил?
Да нет.
Нет?
Только вот так выходить из Б.
Мгм.
Нас прекрасно слышно. Да, спасибо. Да, я вас тоже слышу. Все хорошо. Все хорошо. Спасибо. Да, всё. А вот сейчас я с вами разговариваю через микрофон на ноутбуке. Да-да-да, сейчас я выберу.
А теперь? Все. Да, спасибо вам.
Morning, everyone. Okay. We may start our today's sessions. So my name is Igor Makarov. I'm head of the School of World Economy at High School of Economics, and we continue our 11th annual conference on the global economy, which is called Rebalancing of the global economy in search of new models of development. And today we have two sessions, and the first one is being started right now, and it is called Lost Illusions in Search of New Approaches to Sustainable Development. We will discuss the Sustainable Development Goals and the progress in their achievement. And so I'm very happy to give the floor to the moderator of our today's discussion, Alexandra Moroskina, Deputy Dean for Research at the Faculty of World Economy and International Affairs and Associate Professor at the School of World Economy at High School of Economics. Please, Alexandra.
Thank you, Igor. Good morning, everyone. I suppose that you slept well and ready for an intensive discussions today, as we had yesterday. For those who were not present yesterday, we already touched upon the sustainable development issues, and we concluded that the short-term risks and short-term challenges impede some long actions aimed at the longer-term development and solving our long-term common issues such as climate change, inequality, energy, sustainable consumption, and all the other sustainable development goals. There are 17 goals, but there are much less speakers today. If we discuss all the 17 goals, then we will sit here forever. But I hope that we cover most of the goals today. Here we have a very distinguished panel of speakers, specialists on the 17th goal on financing for development, specialists on climate goal, on the energy issue, on the poverty issue, and we start with the head of our School of World Economy, Igor Makarov, who also happens to be a part of the Russian delegation at the Conference of Parties, which starts today, but Igor is still here with us. And he will be at a Conference of Parties a bit later. And Igor, since you wrote the questions for the conference, I suppose that you know the answer to the second one. Is the 2 degrees path still feasible? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexandra. Yes, I will focus on climate issues and on the opportunities to achieve 2 degrees goal of the Paris Agreement. My presentation is titled Gaps of Climate Governance, and I will focus on 3 actually gaps. Yes, 3 gaps. So the mitigation gap, or emissions gap, climate finance gap, and coordination gap. I will explain them in detail a bit later, but first I will start on general issues. So the Paris Agreement sets the goal of achieving 2 degrees, or to keep a global temperature well below 2 degrees above the pre-industrial level, and also to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase even further to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And unfortunately, these goals, these temperature goals, they require very, very ambitious efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So this table shows this the scale of these efforts. In general, to achieve the goal 1.5 degree, 1.5 degree. So we need to reduce CO2 emissions by 2050 by 99%. So it may be seen here in this table in the right column. So if we speak about general greenhouse gas emissions, overall greenhouse gas emissions, not only CO2, so the reduction should be about 84%, but however, it is still very, very ambitious. So this means they go 1.5 degree, that the humanity, the world economy should achieve carbon neutrality by the middle of the century, which is again a very, very ambitious goal. We are quite far from this goal. So the actual data on emissions is shown here in this slide by red line. So the blue line is the scenario of current policy at the moment when Paris Agreement was set in 2015. So we may see that it is better. We are moving better than in 2015. So actually, emissions are a bit lower than it should have been based on the current policy set at that moment. But and so we are actually more or less moving to the to these two dots, which are shown in the middle of the slide, which reflect the points of fulfillment of conditional and unconditional NDCs, nationally determined contributions. So probably they would be more or less fulfilled. But these nationally determined contributions, which are set under Paris Agreement, they are unfortunately absolutely insufficient to achieve 2 degrees goal and especially 1.5 degrees goal, which are shown by yellow and green lines. So even if all the countries achieve the nationally determined contributions that are set by within Paris Agreement, so even in this case, we will be very far from achieving the temperature goal of the Paris Agreement. Here is the table from the last report of UNEP, which was published a week ago. So which shows the emissions gap. So the gap between those levels of emissions which are necessary to achieve one or another temperature goal and the current the level of emissions in different scenarios, current policies and conditional NDCs, and so on. So, for example, look at the scenario of unconditional NDCs. For example, if we take the less ambitious goal of 2 degrees, not even speaking about 1.5 degrees. So even in this case, by 2030, the gap would be 14 billion tons of CO2 equivalent a year. Just to understand what does it mean, Russian emissions are about 2.5 billion tons of CO2 per year. So we should reduce emissions additionally to the scenario of conditional NDC, which is equal about how much, 6 Russian economies, which seems quite very, very ambitious challenge, or actually seems impossible, frankly speaking. So moreover, the global greenhouse gas emissions in general, they continue to increase. So we should achieve carbon neutrality by the middle of the century, but we not only start to achieve carbon neutrality, we continue to increase emissions. And in 2022, emissions hit the new record. So emissions very rapidly recovered after coronavirus crisis, and yeah, in 2022 there is a new record. 2023 there are no exact estimates yet, but it seems that there would be the new record. So even the process of emission reduction did not start yet. Yeah, the same may be seen at this slide, which shows the breakdown of emissions by source of fossil fuel, by source of energy, by fossil fuels. Coal emissions, coal related emissions are in the history record. in 2022. The same is with gas emissions. Oil emissions, oil-related emissions are a bit less than the last year before the coronavirus, but it still continues the trend of increase. So at the same time, when we look at this dynamics of emissions, we may be very, very pessimistic. At the same time, when we look at what happens in regulation and what happens in terms of different initiatives by different countries, by regions, by companies, we may be very optimistic actually, because there are a lot of declarations, a lot of initiatives. There is a huge progress in decarbonization in different parts of the world. So here, this slide shows some short list of short summary of different developments in this area. More than 130 countries declared announced the goals to achieve carbon neutrality. There are very ambitious initiatives at the level of largest economies, including European Green Deal, including the Inflation Reduction Act in the US, which spends huge sums of money, unprecedented sums of money on green technologies. Full-scale renewable development in China, and so on and so forth. There are carbon price initiatives in already 73 jurisdictions, and this number is increasing every year. And even in Russia, one of the experiments to regulate greenhouse gas emissions started in Sakhalin region, which is also shown on this slide. So there is continuing progress in the development of renewables. So for the last year, the cost of renewable energy increased a little bit in 2023, reflecting the increasing cost of capital, and also reflecting the increasing prices for raw materials such as lithium, for instance. But however, the general trend is continuing to decrease. I mean, the cost of renewables, and they become more and more competitive compared to fossil fuels, and which is reflected also by the ratio of investment in renewable and conventional energy. So each year, for the last about 8 years, the investment to renewables are higher than investment in fossil fuels. The number of electric vehicles is growing exponentially, and so on and so forth. So I may continue this description of the general trends of decarbonization forever, but the general idea is that we have two trends. The pace of the green transformation of the world for the last years, it has accelerated actually, and it's shown in all these previous slides. At the same time, we see that the emissions are still growing, and so when we look at the evolution of decarbonization, we may be very optimistic on the one hand. When we look at the gap between what is done and what should be done, we may become more and more pessimistic. And in general, my general conclusion concerning this mitigation gap, is that the current pace of green transformation of the world economy is enough to fully transform this world economy, but not enough to meet the temperature goals of the Paris Agreement. So these two trends of accelerating green transformation and increasing gap between what is done and what should be done they coexist simultaneously, unfortunately. And global stocktake, which will be held at the conference of parties, which is starting today. Global stocktake, it is a procedure which summarizes the progress of all the countries, and which shows the what was done by each country for these 8 years, which passed from the adoption of the Paris Agreement. So it will be held, and it would show without any doubt, it will demonstrate this conclusion very clearly. So the second gap is the finance gap. So the total amount of climate finance today is estimated at $600 billion per year, which is a huge sum. But however, it is much less than is needed. Only one, so well-known goal of $100 billion, which was promised by developed countries to developing countries already in 2009, it is still not achieved. So all these $600 billion, it is the general climate finance, including investment of companies in their own countries. It is not investment into developing economies within this $100 billion commitment. So this $100 billion commitment is not yet fulfilled, unfortunately. What is also very bad that only 10% of all the global finance, climate finance, are devoted to adaptation, only 10%. While the need for adaptation finance is estimated at huge sums, which are from 5 to 10 times larger than the real climate adaptation finance. The problem with adaptation, with finance to adaptation, is that there are no clear mechanisms of commercialization of adaptation projects, while some mechanisms of commercialization exist for mitigation projects. For adaptation, this mechanism do not exist. That's why it's very difficult to attract private capital to adaptation projects. That's why such a huge gap in adaptation finance. But however, we have a huge gap in mitigation finance as well. For example, the IMF estimates the need for mitigation finance at $3 to $6 trillion per year by 2050. Now we have only less than $600 billion per year for mitigation. So this gap is also huge. And the main question is how to mobilize the private capital, because there is no available public finance in the world to meet such huge needs. There are some initiatives, and some of them have been already more or less successful. Some of them are in the process of discussion, so they are summarized in this slide. So there is a number of projects under the umbrella of Just Energy Transition Partnership, when developed countries finance decarbonization projects and just energy transition projects in some emerging economies. Frankly speaking, for developed countries, it is primarily the type of exports, like export finance and export support of their own technologies. But however, for developing countries, it is valuable support in order to foster their decarbonization. But however, it is still very small, and we will look in more detail how this just Green Energy Transition Partnership is really operated. What I have heard so far about the progress of these projects. So it is not clear yet whether it would be efficient, because only a very small portion of this money it goes in form of grants. Most of them are in forms of credits, and the general sums are not available, not sufficient to achieve the goals of these particular projects, and so on. So there are many problems there, but however, probably it is the right step forward at least. Because of course, finance are needed from developed countries to support mitigation projects in developing countries. One important initiative which is promoted right now first of all by India is the initiative of Global Climate Alliance, which actually expands the framework of Just Energy Transition Partnership to the whole world. So the general idea is that all the countries that want to be the part of this Global Climate Alliance, they should set ambitious climate goals, and these goals should be differentiated. And so also for developing countries, these goals should be less ambitious than for developed countries, and also developed countries should give money to developing countries in order to decarbonize them. So quite ambitious idea. It is not quite clear what are the incentives for developed countries to participate in it. But however, India promotes it quite actively, and probably it would succeed in one or another form. There are a lot of discussions within global adaptation, which will also be discussed in Dubai this year. So this discussion also includes some discussions about finance for adaptation. Probably developing countries want to have some financial goals on adaptation as well. There is also a lot of debate about the reforms of multilateral development banks. First of all, with World Bank, in order to increase its involvement into green projects and in order to scale up the volume of support of green projects in developing countries. This may discuss it in answering the questions if there is an interest. And the last gap, the last but not the least, the coordination gap between developed and developing countries. So the general problem is shown in this slide, in this figure to the left. While the most active actors in climate agenda are developed countries, and they have climate finance, they have willingness to invest into green transition, the whole dynamics of global emissions is determined by developing economies such as China, to the less extent India, but India would be to the larger extent in the next decade. Other non-OECD countries. So these are non-OECD countries which determine the whole dynamics of global global emissions. Another important part of this coordination gap between developed and developing countries is the fact that they have different stages in terms of their trade specialization. Developed countries are countries with larger production-based, consumption-based emissions than production-based emissions, and emerging economies in primarily BRICS, which are shown to the right part of this table. On the contrary, their production-based emissions are much larger than consumption-based emissions. So what does it mean? It means that emerging economies, first of all, BRICS economies, they are net exporters of emissions in weighting trade. They're specialized in carbon-intensive goods. And so they produce these carbon-intensive goods for the whole world, first of all, for developed countries. And of course, this means that they have large emissions, production-based emissions. On the other hand, developing, OECD countries, developed countries, they have very ambitious goals to reduce their own production-based emissions. But what they do, they just substitute these emissions with imports of these goods from abroad, from BRICS countries. Yes, they reduce their own emissions, but it does not have any sense from the perspective of the whole world. For example, take Sweden, where consumption-based emissions are 70% larger than production-based emissions. Yes, they will achieve carbon neutrality in 10 or 15 years, but it doesn't have any sense because the same goods will be consumed anyway, and this goods will be produced not in Sweden but somewhere in China, and so the same emissions would appear somewhere else. This nearly the same idea is shown in this slide. This is environmental Kuznets curve for production and consumption-based emissions. If you look at the production-based emissions blue line, you may see that there is some peak in this curve. So yes, developed countries, at least in theory, they start to reduce their emissions with the rising income. Yes, the peak is at the level of GDP at about 60,000 per person. It is huge level, so is only the most developed countries of the world. But however, afterwards, after this threshold, at least some reduction of emissions starts. But for consumption-based emissions, there is no any reduction of emissions with the growth of GDP, and this means that the richer economies, they just start to import more and more from abroad, and this gap between production and consumption-based emissions is determined by international trade flows of carbon-intensive goods. It means that really the coordination between importers and exporters of carbon-intensive goods between developed and developing countries, it should develop much faster and much more intense than it is than we have it today. And unfortunately, this cooperation have not even started yet in general. And so this cooperation is also needed because it is from the global perspective, of course, emissions should be reduced in countries where they are the cheapest. And this is the last my last slide, which shows the marginal abatement cost curves for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by regions. You may see that it is much cheaper to reduce emissions in such regions as China, India, Russia, rest of Asia, than to reduce emissions in the European Union, for example, or to reduce emissions in the US, which are to the lower part of this slide. And of course, global finance should be redirected to the projects, to countries where it is the cheapest to reduce emissions. Unfortunately, it does not happen, but this cooperation, this coordination between the sources of climate finance and countries where the projects to reduce emissions are the cheapest, it is absolutely necessary to foster climate action and have some chances to achieve temperature goals of Paris Agreement. So I finish here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Igor. I forgot to say before your presentation that I give every speaker 15 minutes. And when there are 3 minutes left, I will show you magic paper here so that you come to your conclusions of your presentation. Igor, thanks again very much. It was a very interesting presentation, and as I understand from your presentation, the main goal from the Sustainable Development Goals is the 12th goal on sustainable consumption, so that we reduce the emissions. This is our goal. I, as a non-specialist on climate, have many questions for you, but since you're my colleague and head of our school, I have an opportunity to ask you a question this conference. But sorry about that. I have to ask about one of the main issues during this conference of parties, as far as I see from press and from expert columns. The most intensive discussions are expected about the loss and damage fund, which is probably going to be set and discussed during this conference of parties. So what do you say here? Will there be any breakthrough results on this issue?
I do not know whether there will be some breakthroughs or not. I hope so. Yeah, the loss and damage fund was agreed at the last conference of parties in Sharm el-Sheikh, and this conference would partly be devoted to the discussion about the size, the capitalization of this fund on the one hand, and
China pays.
Including that issue. So who should pay, to whom should this money be directed, and so also, which is also very important, who will manage this fund. There are many different ideas. For example, the World Bank may manage, but on the other hand, many countries are strongly against it. They propose the idea that it should be absolutely so it should be independent on existing institutions. So all these ideas, yes, and all these issues, they would be discussed. I do not expect that the volume of this fund would be very large. It has some symbolical meaning for, of course, it is important for some least developed countries. For them, this money is anyway important. But for the scale of the whole globe, so it has rather symbolic meaning than something decisive for climate action globally. And it is not about mitigation, it is not about adaptation, it is just like reparation of developed countries to the most vulnerable countries of the world, which suffer the most from climate change.
Thank you very much. Now I open the floor for questions. Leonid Markovich. There is no talk about $83 billion in the package, so don't expect that.
Oh, it is every year, it is annual.
Thank you, Vladimir Bratenev, Higher School.
Thank you for questions. First, to short response to Lenin Grigoriev's comment. Yeah, so this commitment of $100 per year was set in 2009. Yeah, and it actually doesn't matter. The exact number doesn't matter because $83 billion per year is not enough. $100 billion per year is not enough, and $120 billion per year is not enough. That is the matter of trust only. So the developed countries, they made some commitments to developing countries, and they do not fulfill these commitments. That's its importance. But anyway, this total volume is not sufficient to meet the needs, which are like about 10 times larger. As for this question about fragmentation of the global economy, last year I shown four scenarios of decarbonization in the world, dependent on two parameters. One is the to which extent the global economy would recover from crisis, where it is now. In the second parameter is the level of fragmentation and the level of conflictness in the global economy. Yes, the worst possible scenario for decarbonization is a scenario of very low economic growth for a long time, with crises and with no recovery, together with conflictness, larger conflictness. And in this case, in this scenario, there is no chance to achieve not just 2-degree goal, but even it would be difficult to achieve even 2.5. Which is quite realistic in other scenarios. I can't say that we are now on this scenario completely, because I can't say that the global economy feels very bad, so it could be much worse. However, the level of conflictness is very high here, and so of course, in such a global environment, it is very difficult to expect the level of cooperation, the high level of cooperation between developed and developing countries. And as I tried to show you, it is critical, because it is very cheap to reduce emissions in developing economies, but they have no capital for that. I mean, available capital, cheap capital, and so on. Cheap capital was available. Now it is less cheap already, but it is still relatively cheap in developed economies, but there are no channels of transmission. So these channels of transmission may appear only in the environment which is cooperative. If the global environment is competitive and is conflicted, then these channels of transmission wouldn't appear, and this hits the prospects of decarbonization. That's why, yes, it is important. I absolutely agree with you. Yeah, I can't say that it is widely it would be widely discussed at COP, because COP includes some technical or rather technical issues than just general issues about the global world order, about the global order. But however, of course, it is of primary importance. I fully agree.
It's okay. I have a dramatic question. First was financial. I presume there is some scenarios on how increasing warming will be affecting countries on the beaches of oceans, places, tornadoes, droughts, and so on. So I presume that in a decade or two, world will be encountering huge increase in dramatic climate events. If there is these scenarios, I understand it's very sensitive issue for everybody to produce and demonstrate, because you cannot say that is going to happen. And that maybe look like sensational. But if we have some kind of forecast on these events.
Yeah, well, of course, we have, not even we, but climatologists have some scenarios of even extreme events in different scenarios of climate change. But it is now, so it is now the reality already now. The number of extreme events now in the global economy is 6 times larger than it was in 1970s. So we will have not 6 times, we will have 10 times probably in a decade. So it is already the reality. It is there are some estimates of economic damage from this. They are, I can't say that they are very exact, but however, there are estimates that some at least some percent of global GDP would be lost because of climate change, because of physical, I mean, risks of climate change. So the largest possible decrease is 20% of global GDP. So the global GDP in 2050 would be 20% lower than otherwise. Right, so because of climate change, but it is probably the most radical scenario. It includes all the, I mean, indirect consequences like wars, like uncontrolled migration, and so on and so forth. So such issues. Of course, you can't get any exact numbers, but it would be a couple of percent of global GDP. Well, it is not just one point in the future when all this started, when all this will start. It is already starting, and some effects, some negative effects from climate change are already here, including, by the way, in Russia, because well, dramatic change, again, nobody knows. It depends on the scenarios of global warming. So why this 2 degrees is set as a climate goal, because it was considered by scientists, again, very preliminary, that after these 2 degrees, the probability of uncontrolled climate change would increase dramatically. So some tipping points like melting of Greenland, like shifting the Gulf Stream, like changing the monsoons in the Indian Ocean and so on. So after 2 degrees, this would be much more possible than before 2 degrees. But it does not mean that it is not absolutely impossible before, and it does not mean that it would necessarily happen after 2 degrees, because it is anyway 2 degrees. It is just political goal, but it is based on some assumptions of scientists. So yeah, but actually when nobody knows.
Thank you very much. Please come to the table so that it will be more convenient. Those who are not sitting at the table, please come here so that you can ask the questions in the mic.
So it's other countries such as China and some
Some countries are already in process. The UK will introduce it more or less at the same time when the European Union. Turkey is ready to introduce it together with the cap and trade scheme, also more or less in timeline with the US. So there are many uncertainties, still there are many uncertainties there, but they declare that they will synchronize it with the European emission trading system and with CBAM. There are some discussions about introduction of the same mechanisms in the countries of Latin America, but without any details right now. As for China, I'm not sure that China is going to do it in coming years. I think that it would make sense for China only if the price of carbon within emission trading system would be like 5 times larger than it is right now. Moreover, I think that in Chinese case, it is much more probable that they would regulate imports in a little bit different way through different standards of carbon intensity for different goods. So they have already plans of decarbonization for their major carbon-intensive industries, and it would be logical for the next step to set more or less the same requirements to imported goods in parallel with setting requirements for their own producers. So, but it is just speculation. However, in China, there are no declared plans to introduce CBAM so far, and I'm not sure that they would take the same way as the European Union. Moreover, they are strongly against the measures of the EU. So that's why they should repeat them at home. But however, some regulation of imported goods, it would be the reality, but not necessarily in the form of CBAM. Moreover, CBAM itself, it is very doubtful instrument, and and the European Union itself would face a lot of problems with that, be sure. So that's why I'm not sure that it would expand everywhere, but however, the regulation of imported goods would expand, but in different forms.
Thank you very much.
If there are no questions,
I would just
Kazim?
two remarks.
Mhm.
First is that when you talk about Russian carbon emissions, I think you also should talk about biocapacity and ecological footprint. So Russia is a country that enjoying biocapacity surplus. So meaning through the carbon sequestrations. Second, regarding the public finance in green project, I believe it's not a sustainable solution, depending on the loan or the grants or foreign aid. So there should be a market solution, like a new business model that will give a co-benefits for environment and sustainable, financial liability. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Very nice comments. First, according to the first, regarding to the first comment, yes, of course, I said that Russian emissions are 2.5 billion tons of CO2 annually, but actually, if we include the absorption of CO2, so or emissions from land use, which are negative in Russia, so then the level of emissions would be much lower. Yeah, of course, that's it would be much lower. Russia has one of the largest absorptive capacities of forests so far, though it would decrease in the future because the forest would age in time. However, yes, this is an important issue. As for second issue, I also fully agree that this flows of public finance are not, they are probably necessary as some element of financial infrastructure, but they are absolutely not enough. And yes, there should be a change in the system of incentives. I talked about this discussion on the reforms of multilateral banks. So the idea there is to attract private capital primarily through some additional incentives. When multilateral banks, they take some risks of additional risks which are attributed to specific countries, to developing countries. And yes, these risks, they probably should be taken through the mechanism of guarantees, for example, and so on. But beyond this risk, there may be incentives for private capital to invest into green projects, but they will do it only if they will have some guarantees, some currency swaps which cover currency risks, and so on. So probably these ideas would develop, and we will get some different system of multilateral institutions, but I'm not pretty sure about that because there are a lot of political interests there as well.
Thank you very much. And now we move to the region with the most emissions, and more than half of world population. Please, Pacharan Sirimanita. Thank you very much. That was the most difficult task of the morning to pronounce the name correctly. He is the chief of the macroeconomic policy of the UN Commission, UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleague. Thank you for the opportunity to for the United Nations ESCAP to present our research, and especially for me to be back in the university setting, which is quite a while ago. Okay, so the topic of this session is about new approaches to sustainable development. So we have done a lot of work, but I select two aspects of that fall into these new approaches. First, start with some. Okay. The font changed a bit, but I hope you can read it. Okay. Some key takeaways. First, only three parts of this presentation. The first is about context setting. We are going to look at some of the SDG progress in the region. At the same time, as you know that there's a huge spending need. That's the first presentation also highlight from the climate finance perspective, and at the same time as the interest rates are rising. So the first topic is about rethinking public debt for the SDG. We just proposed a new methodology to assess the public debt sustainability analysis. And we agree that countries should not be too obsessed with maintaining the near-term fiscal target. They should look longer in the long term, and this is with the achievement of the SDG. The second area, which is a bit less focused, is about central banking policy to promote more equitable society. There will be some technical which I go to, but happy to discuss after that. First, start with some challenging context of the Asia. Every year, SCAP has as part of colleague from another statistic division. They sort of measure the progress of the SDG, and this is the latest result for Asia as a whole. Asia Pacific in this context, we have about 47 member countries. So it includes Afghanistan to the west and to the Pacific Island. So this is capturing a large group of SDG progress. We also have some sub-regional grouping. But the bottom line is really clear that the climate action is the only red part, which means the progress is regressing. Okay, we are moving backward and backward. Okay, there are some social-related one, which are limited progress, such as the one on the 8, which is the employment, especially 12, as you mentioned, the responsible consumption and production, and climate-related one. Before the COVID, SCAP, we estimated the what we call the additional spending need to achieve the SDG. Okay, so there's some methodology with that, but this is the work done back in 2019, which is before the COVID. So whatever you see, let's think of it as 50% higher, like a guesstimate. So back then, before the COVID, we think that the least developed economy in the region would need to spend about 17% of GDP additional every year until 2030, okay, to reach the SDG, which is financially not possible. Okay, this means that the government spending has to be more than double and 10 times in many cases, and the spending need reduced according to other sub-region. People here usually mean a cash transfer to reduce the poverty, government assistance to do the social protection, prosperity mean infrastructure, and planet are all related climate and environment session. At the same time that we know that the progress is limited, the cost to achieve is really high, but also the level of public debt in the region is also really high. 2 years ago, we reached 18-year high, which is according to the average, is about 50%. Okay, compared to other regions in the world, it may not look really high, but Asia Pacific has been a region which has maintained relatively well fiscal discipline. So this is definitely a rising trend for us. And even though, just to emphasize that there shouldn't be a direct correlation between the public debt level and the public debt risk. Okay, in many cases, we see that in the region, the number of countries which have been rated as a high risk, according to the traditional public debt sustainability analysis, has been increasing. The latest is about at 9%. And I listed the country on the sort of the list on the right-hand side. Star reflect the country what we call special situation, which is the LDC, landlocked developing country, and small island developing state, or CIS. Okay, which is basically many of these are in Pacific Island. Okay, so let's move to the first more substantive part. Going through this quickly, you already know that there are many measures that country has been using to increase the fiscal resources, revenue mobilization, whether from tax or non-tax, to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of public spending, whether how to effectively manage the public debt stock, okay, to have a dedicated public debt management office, how to foresee the risk and all of that, as well as the ODA from other country, as well as the public debt relief, which is becoming more and more important after the COVID. But the point here is that with all of this, they are really helpful. But our study also look at more fundamentally issue. Okay, when we say that the country is having a high sovereign credit risk, what does it mean and how it is being assessed? So with that, we sort of list the current thinking, and we are proposing some of the newer thinking. Traditionally, if you talk about the word debt, whether it is a household debt, personal debt, is a negative term. Okay, the higher the debt, the worse situation you are in. But this is not necessarily, if you look at the long term, and it's also about how and where you are spending these. Like in Japan, I think there was some reference yesterday. Japan public debt is at about 260% of GDP, and no one panicked. Okay, so if for some Asia Pacific country, if it reached 60%, it's considered a crisis. Okay, so there's some fundamental thinking beyond. And the second point is magically there's some like optimal public debt level that has been allocated by international financial institutions, the World Bank, IMF. The most popular number is 60% of GDP. Regardless of your development context and situation, if your public debt level exceed 60% GDP, that is alarming. And we think that is not really the case. It should be a country specific. You should look at the progress of your SDG and how much money you need to spend. Okay. And the third point, which I need to highlight in more detail, as you know, let's take a bit step back, how the sovereign credit risk being assessed. According to the World Bank, they have the baseline assumption about the macroeconomics, and they look forward in the next 5 years. If your inflation is still interest economic growth and all of this, and if you pass the certain threshold, then you consider like high risk, moderate risk, or low risk. But in this, we just in about a year ago, we have this augmented public debt sustainability analysis, which mainly comprise 4 components. The first one is about to incorporate the additional SDG investment need for each country. The second, country also at the same time they pursue some structural development policy, and at the same time they also keep looking for money how to afford this SDG as well as the stress test and contingent liability. And moving from the conceptual perspective, and we also know that investing in the SDG, what does it mean? If you invest today, tomorrow your public debt level will increase because most of the country need to borrow. Okay, but let's discuss is about the longer time, 20 year, 30 year, investing in the SDG also at the end cause many positive spillover impact, whether it's on labor productivity, income inequality, and energy efficiency. And all of these help to increase potential growth of the country, which at the long run help to reduce the public debt level. We propose the concept, and we apply this to the case of the Mongolia. Okay, and for many reasons, whether it is data availability, and the country is in a relatively higher fiscal risk. Okay, so we just test it out. So in Mongolia, the UNDP country estimate show that the country needs to spend about 17% of GDP per year, and a lot of this is on the climate action and on the transport infrastructure. And the rest of that is based on the literature review. Okay, we look and we assume certain policy package. Okay, whether it is realistic or not is the subject of the debate. So in the context of the Mongolia, we think the greener economy, a more diversified economy is the key part of the development policy. And we also look at the financing strategy, both from the public finance and private finance perspective. And based on these, okay, we actually about 2 or 3 years ago, we introduced the SCAP macroeconomic model for sustainable development. So basically, it is the macro model, just like most other model. But what is special is that we incorporate some social component and environmental component. So if the inflation increased, okay, we can sort of show how much it would impact the poverty incident, how much it impacted the Gini coefficient. When the carbon price increased, how is that affecting carbon emission in each country? So based on the concept and also from this modeling, we show that the poverty incidence in Mongolia, if you focus on the red line, okay, which is the combination of the SDG spending, they also pursue a green and diversified economy, and they also take some action on the financing strategy. Poverty will be reduced by 3.5%, which is for Mongolia is quite a lot because I think the poverty rate is only about 11%. So it is about 1/3 lower. Same for the carbon emission. The mechanism in the model suggests that if you have a higher environmental spending, then the higher energy efficiency, lower carbon emission. At the end, there's some PM 2.5 in the model as well, and it's directly related to the carbon emission. The air quality improve. So in the case of Mongolia, we think that in the long term, carbon emission will be reduced by about 15 to 20%. Back to the core part of it. This is the public debt sustainability analysis. So what we are interested in is the public debt in the long run. Long run here mean about 20 years from now. Okay. So just focus on two. The first is the dotted black line, which is the baseline. And the baseline is mainly from the IMF, which often assumes some fiscal consolidation. Okay, so public debt in that scenario will decrease. Okay, based on our analysis, which is the green, public debt initially increased because remember that additional spending need is a lot, 17% of GDP, so naturally public debt level increase. But once you take into account the positive spillover impact of investing in the SDG, that help reduce the public debt mainly to the higher GDP level, but as well as the higher government revenue from the carbon tax. So it's up to the government if we believe that this is true. Okay, so by 2040, the public debt level will come down to about the same level as the baseline. But the difference is that people and environment will be much better off in terms of the poverty and poverty and inequality as well as the carbon emission. So maybe I skip this one. Okay, you know that maybe the last bit on the right one. Okay, so we can have a look at this later, but there's some policy implication on this, how you actually mobilize the revenue. It's not just about that. It's about the carbon tax. It's about the social related tax. What is the potential of that, and how the IFI and also the credit rating agency can do. Most of the time, when country announce some ambitious policy reform, this credit rating agency will be alarming because the public debt will increase, but not necessarily the case in the long run. Okay, the second part on the central banking, which is a bit different. So, okay, so we talk about how to reduce the income inequality and all of that. Most of us will think about some structural development policy, as well as a wide range of the fiscal policy. So, what's the so-called pre-distribution, which means anything before tax and transfer. Okay, how you reduce the inequality. Basically, you need to increase the job at a higher efficiency, like a manufacturing job. You empower the labor. You manage the change of the technology pace and all of that, and the tax also. But what is less discussed is about how central bank can help reduce the inequality. And it's so because there are some reasons. Okay, back in the 1980s, many central banks in Asia Pacific, they have this developmental central banking policy, which means sometimes they allocated a certain fund to support certain export sector, which after all deemed to be a failure. So since that central bank has been so concerned about going beyond the key mandate of price stability, financial stability. But if you think about that, we know that the central bank on a daily basis, they are helping the poor, okay? Because when the inflation increase, it's the poor which are more disproportionately affected because they spend higher as part of their consumption share. But the point here is that whether the central bank can do more, okay? In the vision, Asia Pacific, about half the central bank already say something about financial inclusion, financial literacy, consumer protection, but whether they can do more and how is the subject of our study. So we proposed 3 central banking area. Central bank, they do not just work on the interest rate. Okay, they are doing many other tasks. Okay, so they do the official reserve management, they issue the currency, and the column in the middle is what they are focusing on right now. But what we think they can do more is the one on the right, social consideration. We go to this quickly. You know that the central bank should be concerned about income inequality, not for the sake of development, but for the sake of their own monetary policy operation. Okay, in the country in which there are higher inequality, which means that the wealth will be concentrated in many of people. Okay, and once you introduce a reduction or increase in the interest rate, it is less effective because these people do not spend anyway. And also because in this environment, there are many unbanked people. The interest rate only directly affect people who have the bank account. If half of the economy can have the bank account, then it's become less about monetary policy effectiveness. It is when we presented research before, it's not well accepted. Okay, there are some central bank which become more resistant to this idea. So we divide our policy issue into two parts. Starting with is really fundamental, and if you a central bank are more ambitious, what can they do? Okay, so on this one, it can start with some research on the distributional impact of the interest rate. If you ask central bank, if you increase the interest rate tomorrow, which group of people will be more affected? Actually, most of the central bank, they don't know. Okay, so because they have not looked at this. And also the basic is to communicate part of this study into as part of the monetary policy. In the second, okay, in the second area that the central bank do, central bank themselves, they are investor. Okay, they hold a lot of the reserve. Okay, in Asia Pacific, this reserve is about 9.1 trillion US dollar about 2 or 3 years ago. And most strikingly, a lot of this is being invested in what we call a short-term financial instrument, which is the bank deposit or monetary policy. And they do that because from the central bank perspective, stability and safety are the key objective. Okay, so they do not want to go something which is less conventional, and there are many reasons why, including a legal one. So also for this perspective, it's not to push the central bank to start investing in a non-traditional asset, but what if, okay, what if they start doing, they could do some study, how is that going to affect the risk level of their portfolio, whether actually central bank, they are allowed to do this, which is not the case in many countries, and there are some more ambitious policy as well. And the third and the last is central bank, they issue currency, okay, which is banknote and all of that. I hope you're all familiar with the CBDC, central bank digital currency. In a simple term, it's just like cash that you have because they are liability with the central bank and they are accessed by anyone. But it's different, it's just that it's become in the digital form. Technically, there are many ways to decide that. Whether it's a retail purpose, which means that you and I, as an individual, we can hold this, or for the wholesale, which is for the business sector only, and how to claim architecture, whether you need a bank app to access this CBDC, or this can be more direct. So in the Asia Pacific, I mean, we keep updating this chart. I first did this about 2 years ago, a lot in the research stage, and actually only 1 or 2 back then in the pilot stage. Okay, as we progress to the time, we keep updating, and the number of pilot countries actually have increased. So what is the special in this case? Because CBDC is not only about the central bank. Okay, themselves, they can have a look whether there's actually non-CBDC options. Okay, even in advanced economy, there's some debate whether CBDC on the net gain or it is a net loss. Even so, in the developing economy context, in which institutional quality is lower, so whether it is really an option, because there are many risks related to that. Like if you introduce a CBDC, and if the country, if the people withdraw the money, from the bank to the CBDC, what's going to happen. At the same time, because it's in a digital world, it's not only about central bank, it's about other government agencies to increase the digital literacy, to increase the internet connection. It's more fundamental. And that is conclude. Okay, so this part of our flagship annual publication called Economic and Social Survey of the Asia Pacific. So it is in the part 2 year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair, for presenting such an innovative policy. And I already see two raised hands with the questions. Bruno, please.
Thank you very much.
To say that you can ask any question, which is not difficult, but also that I can in here, so maybe to speak a bit louder.
Okay. Thank you for the interesting presentation. I have two questions. The first one is that as you can tomorrow, Brazil will take the presidency of the G20. So we're having intensive discussions in Brazil in the last months, as weeks, about what can be done, especially because we now have Lula as an important representative of the global South. And one of the possible struggles we're going to have with the Brazilian presidency is for the debt relief for countries of low income. And then this is related also, this is the claim at least, that by doing the debt relief, we can give fiscal space for those countries to do the energy transition. So I don't know if Igor wants to comment that as well, because I know Igor follows the G20 agenda attentively as well. So how do you see this possibility of struggling for the debt relief and then making it somehow conditioned to use the money for the energy transition? And then the second question, I was extremely happy to see that at the United Nations, we have people and groups defending that, and it's necessary to spend more. And then this whole idea of the stable public debt may be something, at least complicated, when we think that, if we take into consideration the cost of doing nothing, as Professor Grigoriev was saying, but nothing is much more expensive, even for the public debt, than doing something today, right? So I'm extremely happy to listen it coming from because in the academy we see it, but coming from the United Nations. But then my point is that at the end, nowadays, differently from moments in the past, for many countries, the pressure for austerity policies and so on do not come only from the IMF, from multilateral institutions, but they come from the credit rating agencies, right? I don't know the reality of those small countries in Asia, but for many of the so-called emerging countries, Brazil, Turkey, Colombia, Mexico, the real pressure for the austerity policy comes from the credit rating agencies, vocalizing the will of the bondholders, right? Because now that the private bondholders and then intermediated by the credit rating agencies are the whole time, and so during the pandemic, because where the multilateral institutions were also under IMF were saying, oh, no, you can spend more to face the pandemic, but then the credit rating agencies, I made a study on that. We read with co-authors 80 reports of credit rating agencies showing that even in the worst phases of the pandemic, the credit rating agencies were making pressure for austerity policy in Brazil, Colombia, and many Latin American countries. So my point is, do you at the United Nations try to establish a dialogue with the credit rating agencies? Would it be viable or not to convince, to show the credit rating agencies that at the end of the day, not from the perspective of humanity, because credit rating agencies just don't care about humanity, but they do care about the public finance. Even in the perspective of the public finance, it's better to spend more today than waiting for the catastrophe. So how politically, how to put the credit rating agencies in this story in order to have a consensus that, well, it's better to have higher public debt today to avoid the catastrophes. So this is my point.
Shall we take the questions first, or would you like to answer immediately?
Maybe now before I forget. And two questions. The first one is about the debt relief. Okay, and the second is how we sort of encourage the credit rating agency to change the perspective about development and all of that. Okay, and the first one, the debt relief. This is something that we also studied last year. One complication, at least for Asia Pacific, is that there's a changing credit landscape. Okay, we have a chart which is not part of this presentation. Even 20 years ago, okay, the key creditor to the region, they are IFI, World Bank, IMF, ADB, and some ODA and all of that. But in the past 20 years, what we call unconventional creditor, which means, as you mentioned, a bondholder, and also particularly China, has become a major creditor of many economy in the region. The implication is that in a normal time is good, but once that there's some debt default, okay, then negotiation will become much more complicated. Okay, you cannot call on the bondholder to be on the debt relief negotiation, and even for China, which is one of the emerging creditor. They don't have a standard, it's not like a OECD or G, like the Paris Club, okay, that they have a set of a procedure. Okay, once there's some debt default and what they should do. China doesn't have that, at least not publicly, okay, on how to proceed. And this complicated the issue because it delayed the process a lot. Okay, some of you may have this DSSI, that suspension initiative, basically to postpone the debt repayment during the pandemic year. Okay, and many countries were so reluctant to attend because the market signal is that once they attend, it signals that default is coming, and they will give a further downgrade. Okay, so many in the region just so no particular. And after that, there's a G20 common framework for that treatment. The name is common framework, but it's not common at all. Okay, in the way that like a middle income country, they're not eligible, regardless of their situation, whether they are default or anything, but they're not eligible for this. So in the past 2 years, only 3 countries have been in that program, and actually none of them already finish the negotiation. So the first thing about credit landscape, which makes it difficult. And the second part is on the credit rating agency. Is a bit complicated because many things. Okay, our study now is that did not take into account the ESG, environmental or social governance at all. And even if they do, it doesn't mean that the risk rating will be better. Okay, for country. Because for some countries which are so vulnerable to climate change, once they start taking into account climate change, actually the downgrade could be possible. Okay, but they do have some, but more ways they should look at more like credit agency. The time span is about 1 or 2 years. Okay, whereas you are risk level now, but they do not take into account the good thing that once you invest in the SDG, how is that affecting that level 15, 20 years from now? That is not part of that. And this is something that we try to do. Yep.
Thank you, Alim.
Can central banks, I will make comment rather than the question. Can central banks provide support for development and growth? It's an interesting question. We have memories from the 1970s, 80s, and 90s. And I mentioned to the crisis during the 90s in emerging countries. And as a result of this experience and memories, central banking evolved, and we said that central bank should have only one goal, price stability, only one tool, interest rate. But in recent years, there are discussions even in central banking community. Can central bank provide support for growth? For this, central banks should change operating framework from multiple goals to the from single tool to single goal to multiple tools, multiple goals. Required reserves and credits mechanisms of the central banks can be used for this. For example, in Turkey, there is a growing support for this, even from orthodoxy side of the economist. But this is not easy because of the experiences as the politicians and the public involves the decisions of these mechanisms. It may not end up with better. The involvement of central banks in credit markets for the development purposes, or creditors to the government to support fiscal deficits, usually end up with difficulties for emerging countries. Yes, it is easy to ask central bank because it provides its parents money to help, but it's a bit difficult. But I should say that central banks have tools to support through fine-tuning instruments, may use required reserves to support credits for your goals, or may provide longer-term credits if it is very selective and very limited. Thank you.
Okay, Bacharan, do you want to comment?
Yeah, quickly. I mean, the reason that we divided the policy issue into starting with and more ambitious is exactly this. Okay, after this research, we presented to the central bank, like central banking network and all of that. There are two camps of thinking. The first one is this is not the mandate of the central bank. Okay, it's about interest rate, it's about financial stability and all of that. So when people argue that central bank should work on the climate change, central bank may argue that if they start working on the climate change, they have to work on the migration as well, because it's affecting the economy and many other, like a digital and all of that. Okay, and there's another camp of thinking is that central bank can and should. Okay, and the keyword in this our study is can and should, whether they can actually whether military policy tools they are capable of addressing the climate change or inequality or not, and whether if they can, whether they should. Okay, let's take a sample of central banking and climate change. Okay, increasingly there's study that central banks should look at the climate risk, not because they are in the development field, but because of this affecting the central bank themselves. Okay, if you think about a country like let's say Mongolia, is a coal-based economy. Okay, once they move into the net zero emission, then a lot of asset in the state-owned enterprises, a lot of asset in this oil company will become less useful. They call it a stranded asset, and that can affect the financial stability. That's one part of it. And another example is natural disaster. Okay, once it happened, it push up. A study showed that it's going to push up inflation for at least another 3 years after that, and fall into the direct mandate of the central bank as well. So it's not shipping the mandate, but it's more like a secondary consideration from zero to taking into account some of this social environment into this central banking, which actually many central bank they are doing, but we hope more. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, we will take one more question because it was earlier. So Kazi, you're the next speaker, so you can include it in your presentation, no problem.
So thank you for your highly interesting topics of your presentation.
as your presentation topic corresponds to my academic interest. So my name is Lexan, and I am a master student from Financial University under the government of the Russian Federation. And I would like to ask you a question regarding, let's suppose that a country in Asia Pacific belongs to the high pressure of public debt during the 2008 global financial crisis. And from your point of view, how and what roles of central bank and instruments of monetary policy should be used to accelerate the economic growth in this country? Thank you.
Okay. The 2008 global financial crisis is global in the sense that it's called global because actually what's happening in the advanced economy. Okay, so back then, Asia Pacific economy, they were relatively resilient. Okay, and why? Because they suffered a lot from the 1997 financial crisis. Okay, that is the big thing ever. So from that 1997, they learned a lot. Okay, it's based on the financial institution. Nowadays, they most bank in the region they have to be solid because there's some hard lesson learned from that. So back then, 2008 is not really like a deep recession, mostly affecting to the stock market, loss in the investor confidence, but no real like in the real sector. But another point which I think is more interesting is actually with the mandate of the central bank is to increase the economic growth. Maybe not. Okay, actually, most central bank they don't do that. Okay, stability is the key thing. Price stability, financial stability, but they rarely target economic growth, which usually belong to the job of the government. Okay, but more importantly, now that you mentioned economic growth, we are also working on beyond GDP. Okay, in the vision, they was also obsessed with the high economic growth, growing more than 10%. It's become a norm. Okay, but we also it's affecting environmental degradation, social issue, rising inequality. So as the UN, at least me, we are not really pushing for higher and higher growth all the time. We just some growth which benefit employment and all of that, but we look at more on the distributional impact of economic growth. How is that affecting women, rural, urban, people of the different income level? Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm a bit broader than your question, but.
Okay, thank you very much. Since we're running out of time, Leonid Markovich, sorry, all those all other questions in the working regime. Afterwards, maybe you can sit with Richard during the lunch and discuss all those that questions. Okay, two announcements. First, the coffee break is served in parallel. Since we are running out of time, there will be no break. But if anyone has a smartwatch, as I do, and they tell you to move for some time, then you can go in and have a coffee with the pies. And the second, I forgot what I wanted to say. So probably after the next speaker, who is Kazi Sohag, the most cited Russian economist, and having articles on probably all of the SDGs, inequality in post-Soviet countries, on energy issues, on climate issues, everything. Kazi, you can choose your SDG and tell us about it.
Thank you very much. I'll slightly talk about the Sustainable Development Goal, as Igor already stressed a lot about it, but I rather focus on hydrocarbon market and European policy. So my main topic is navigating turbulence, macroeconomic performance in the face of energy dynamics and geopolitical shock. So let me start with the Russian macroeconomic outlook with key indicators comparing the last 2 years during the COVID time and when Russian economy encountered a lot of sanctions. So the positive things is that in this year the economy is gonna enjoy positive economic growth, 2.5%, 7% inflation. Then unemployment rate is 3.1%, which is very close to the natural rate of unemployment. That is not a problem for Russia, but probably labor productivity comparing with many OECD countries. As for fiscal stance, we see that's 2.1% of share of GDP, which is a bad news. In terms of the trade, imports increased from 347 billion to 381 billion. But in contrary, export reduced around 150 billion. So what is the resilience of financial stability of Russian economy? In one of our articles, I basically combined the empirical findings of our many articles, and in detail it is published, so I will try to provide you. So regarding the financial stability, we try to go beyond some simple indicators to make it more comprehensive out of 8 indicators that's coming from the spread of market, money market rates, then stock market volatility, then financial industry stock market index, dispersion of return on assets of financial institutions, then spread of interloan rate of central bank, then exchange rate volatility and inflations. So we can see that when this rate spike is more than 4, then we can say there is a financial stress in Russia. So precisely we can see December 2014, there was a financial stress. And we can relate with the 2 issues, so the Crimea issues, and moreover the oil price plunge historically because of the fracking boom in USA. So which one contributed more? You can see the cyclical shock, that's black line. We generated the cyclical shocks based on the 2 indicators. One is the Hamilton filters and HP filters. So we can see that a direct negative correlation between the financial stress and the cyclical shocks. But if I compare these 2 events, 2014 and June 2022 or March 2022, obviously here the sanctions is much more bigger, is around 14,000 comparing to 2014. But this financial stress disappear very quickly. So whom I should give credit, central bank policy or the oil market? Probably both. But to be very honest, I believe that this time Russian financial market was more ready to absorb any external shocks. So this is probably the prime reason, along with the central bank policies, that financial stress disappear very quickly. And this stress happened maybe because of the economic agents, very irrational behavior or the speculative motive. So based on the overall very high frequency data, we see that if there is a positive shocks in oil markets, financial stress is going down over 12 time horizon. So regarding the public finance of Russia, there is some changes. The hydrocarbon revenue was historically high in last year, but at the same time there was a deficit finance. So you can see that the hydrocarbon revenue, mainly from the oil and gas and Russian government expenditures and revenues, are highly correlated. But the questions about the fiscal consolidations or distributions, so probably a large portion of money is going to the defense ministry. But here we can see some structural change about the fiscal consolidation, that how Russian government is managing. So this is the internal borrowing and external borrowing. So we can see that over the time, particularly the recent time, the external borrowing is going down. So meaning the government is paying back. But there is an extra pressure on the financial sector since relying on the internal borrowing. So now the plausible research questions whether is there any crowding out effect or not. So I didn't conduct any research yet, but someone can do it probably. We also can see a structural change in foreign reserves in Russia. So first of all, the foreign currency, there is a smooth growth, not much big shocks, but probably the structural change is that the currency from the euro and US dollar to become RMB, Chinese yuan. At the same time, gold reserves is increasing smoothly. There is one more thing, how Russian economy managed the sanctions in terms of the current account. So there is a the last year, 2022 was a golden time for Russian current account surplus, as you can see a big spike. But the main structural change is that whether the central bank is holding the foreign currency or the non-central bank. So you can see this fully is non-central bank. So thanks to the Gazprom Bank. About the real sector, yeah, it's increasing over time. That's a good news. So how about Russian macroeconomic prudential to absorb any external shocks? So this is a very effective policies that central bank has taken, that Russian National Welfare Fund. It is absorbing any external shocks. At the same time, this money is using for development project like Ekaterinburg, Kazan projects, or even they are also helping some bailout policies with big corporates like Yandex and others. I forgot the name. And we also try to simulate what is the effectiveness of Russian central bank to absorb the devaluation of the local currencies. We see that mixed effect, but what my result simulation confirms that your central bank has a power to absorbing the shocks concerning the Russian currency. But this is based on the text mining. So text mining has some limitations of the, for example, there are a lot of barking dogs, but which dog is precisely biting? That's a question. So Russian trade potentials, we see a significant change comparing many economic blocks. So if I compare the BRICS and with G7 and ASEAN, we see that the BRICS, based on the absolute growth, January 2000, so BRICS trade integration is significantly increasing comparing with G7 and ASEAN. Regarding the trade potential with the BRIC nations, okay, so this is unparalleled with the bilateral trade with China. So recently, India, also bilateral trade is going up, but it is very much asymmetric, meaning imbalance. Regarding whether the geopolitics playing any role about the trade integration or reorientations, we found yes, when geopolitical turbulence is going up, the BRICS trade integration is going up significantly with the many quantile with this, meaning the red sales with the star marks is showing the significance. But what is the real challenge for Russian economy? So we see that, okay, public finance or the financial market to some extent very resilient with external shocks, but the main issues with the distribution aspects of Russian economy. So you can see that share of income of 0.1%, which is more than 10% of GDP, and 1% is more than 22% of GDP, and income share of middle 40%. To some extent, it is very stable over the time. But here there is a serious discussion should be taken about the fiscal policy, whether there is a progressive taxation policy might be a solution. Probably my colleague from UN can comment on this better. So what about the Russian hydrocarbon revenue? As I said, it is going up. Regarding the gas supply, so probably only the two gas supply is going on right now after the sanction, which is both in the case of Turkey. So probably Turkish economy is highly benefited with the lower energy price and becoming the new gas hub, comparing with the European economy. So there is some fantastic data about international energy agencies based on the reliance of Russian energy of OECD countries. So you can see that its magnitude varies from country to country. Then I recently conducted a study whether their reliance on Russian energy somewhat reduce their local energy capacities or not. By counterfactual analysis, we can see that when a country relies on more than 20% on Russian energy, yes, they encounter a negative decline of the local capacity of energy. And I control many variables, including the proven reserve oil. When the reliance exceeds 40% and their local capacity, energy capacity is going down significantly. Regarding the OECD environmental policy stringency, whether that curb the reliance on Russian energy, basically not. To some extent it does, but in overall, you can see there is a inverted U-shaped relationships. So the concluding remarks is that despite facing more than 14,000 sanctions, Russian macroeconomic performance continue to thrive at a slower rate compared to many emerging countries. So Russian financial market has demonstrated remarkable resilience in absorbing external shocks. So Gazprom Bank is playing the gateway, promoting the current account surplus. The depreciation of ruble has positively impacted export industry while imposing challenges for import industries. So therefore, there should be a comprehensive welfare analysis, whether who is benefited and who is loser, especially concerning the right now inflations. About the inequality persists a significant challenge that must be addressed through effective market mechanism. But I don't know whether it is progressive taxation systems or not. In terms of the fiscal consolidations, yes, internal financial sector has taken the lead in managing fiscal deficit. As for the trade integration within BRICS is flourishing in response of geopolitical tension, but with a significant challenge remaining with the use of local currency due to the imbalanced trade. So improving quality of trade transaction is essential. Regarding the environmental policies that someone asked the questions, so probably I didn't put it on my slides. I can see that when the policy stringency is very high, regarding the energy efficiency or innovation, I didn't see any effectiveness of European policies. If you talk about the energy efficiency or innovation, still China is on lead, while the policy stringency much lower. So that's the questions whether the market solutions versus government policy, whether is there any data weight loss or not. How do I see the futures? Okay, that depends on many factors, including the geopolitical risk, since the Middle East, the geopolitical hotspot that consisted a lot of hydrocarbons. So anything can happen anytime. But I really don't know the future. That depends on the purely geopolitical issues, how US is managing. But I see some US is playing a big role in terms of the smooth supply of oil, since they send the two carriers in Mediterranean Sea in the coast of Israel. Yeah, thank you very much. I'll be open for answering questions.
Thank you, Kazi, and a special thanks from the moderator for being the first speaker today. It follows the time limit. And the second day on the conference on the world economy, we finally come to the Russian economy. My question / comment for you. You looked at the trade intensification with BRICS countries, but maybe it is even more interesting, as we discussed yesterday with the following Mariam's presentation, that you can look at the Eurasian Union countries and trade intensification with them after the 2022. Did you look at them? Can you comment on that one?
Sadly, no. I try to see the main economic blocks, how they're responding with the geopolitical tensions. So mainly ASEAN, then G7, G20, and precisely BRICS.
So it's mainly about geopolitical blocks, not the trade unions.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Okay, any questions on the Russian economy? Yes, Vladimir.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Just a quick question on the concluding remarks. And you have shown us the slide with measuring the integration within the BRICS, which responds to shifts in geopolitical tensions. My question, one part is mostly academic, but the other part is probably political. The academic side, are you planning to expand the number of countries given the fact that BRICS is expanding? So how would you actually manage the duplication of number of BRICS countries? Would you stick to the initial grouping the next year in a month, or would you include additional countries? This is the academic side. And the political side is, do you reckon that you will get some other results if you include these additional countries?
Thank you very much. Basically, one of my PhD students is focusing on his PhD thesis on this topic. So she considered many economic blocks. So I compare with response to geopolitical risk, how the G7 and other economic blocks are responding. So we see that BRICS in particular, probably all these blocks, their trade integration is increasing smoothly. But we see that in BRICS, the rate is faster than other countries, other blocks.
Yes, please. What's your
Hi. Coming from the outside perspective, this is the question which I meant to ask since yesterday. I read the news, and yes, the Russian economy seems to be doing better compared to what fear before. But what is the actual impact on like a people, like a household in the survey, like a higher frequency, like a monthly, quarterly, on the real people, like employment in the service sector, and inflation, impact of the inflation on different household income level and all of that. Not necessarily official, but like a survey.
Probably someone else can answer this question, but what I see that, okay, official inflation is around 7%, but in Russia, in general, the target is 4%. So definitely there is an impact on it, especially the people purchasing powers. But I do not know exactly, is there any recent disaggregated household survey that which income group is basically hurt or hampered by this inflation or not? I do not have exact answer of these things because we need a very rigorous study that has to be household survey. So there is no recent household survey so far I know. Is there any?
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Well, they used to They surely exist, but I'm not sure that there are some of them which are open to the public because, yeah, of course, on the government, there are some service and there is some research, there is some monitoring of at the level of households. But some academic service, I'm not sure about that.
But what I can comment on this, that if I compare with other sanctioned countries like Iran and other countries, probably Russian people did not encounter any significant change due to the sanction, since the price level is still within the range comparing with many other countries. So for example, if I compare with the unemployment rate with South Africa and Russia, which is both of the BRICS country and emerging country. So what South Africa unemployment rate is about 30%, when Russia is a 3%. So probably Russia needs more labor to drive the economy.
Okay, Leonid Markovich.
I was asked on impact of sanctions on conferences for 2 years, of course. And normally I don't answer anything because I'm afraid to tell the truth. Except for some simplest cases. Point number one, sanctions were introduced mostly by journalists and medical specialists in Europe. And the person who recognized the mistakes was the Minister of Finance of the United States. The rest still I would say, I'm afraid to be extremely impolite. So, moderately people like people who can answer the question and refuse to recognize what we cannot answer the question. So still just think everything was fine. Not just did trying to it's for us, it's in terms of economy, completely ideological. Everybody knows it with the college degree. Still, it was kind of a of expectations. No, I mean, first months, at least first months. Second, people really don't understand the level of real specific of our life here. Still, whatever calculation we make, it's 30,000 GDP PPP. We don't know the amount of food produced in the country. Previous estimations of arable land in use by official data and by aerial pictures sometimes was 2 to 1, but it was long ago. But still, we don't know the real services. Nobody counted construction. Nobody really transportation services. Amount of service people give to each other. You probably remember Americans trying to calculate with full GDP, including works of households, housewives, in terms of cooking and taking care of sick people and so on. So the amount of real GDP or real what is unknown. Trivial description of Russian economy as a island with oil and resources led to complete inability to produce That's good. That's good. It was helpful to us. After 2 years, it was, I believe, the Estonian Prime Minister recently questioned if we could develop sanctions or not spies of Russia, something like that. She suggested to study who did the sanction if we are helping Russia. Investigate. So it's a very different world. But I will skip comments on. Thank you for presentation, very educating. I am very happy to have all presenters here yesterday and today because it's all transaction cost education. Deliberate at home, very convenient. Thank you. But there is one task. If somebody is studying sanctions and the outcome for Russia, I was concentrating about much of technology or elementary tools, self-inflicting sanctions costs in Europe. America, India, and China gained sanctions, it's obvious. But Europe is absorbing the whole most of it costs. How much? What are channels, impacts, and so on? And just one remark, I use that for development purposes. There is a dramatic differences between development finance, DGs and others. 2018. Future some it's just it's not it was just an indication of that. So the problem is there's at a level at each event you have completely different domestic savings of each people. Because all savings are in 10th better families or fifth quintile at best. So if you don't have, if you don't reach a certain level, you cannot absorb to have domestic debt absorption as for infrastructure, as for secondary purposes. So as soon as you go outside, you cannot have public debt from the MDGs in other countries. It's difficult, as was described in the first presentation. As soon as you go to private sources, private bonds issued for profitability of funds and income of stakeholders in the foundation. Russian instruments was adding 1 percentage point to of return for international funds. So if our developing world is not bringing additional point to the rate of return, how you are going to bring with private financing? So the whole world of private, so the difference between bondholders of Brazilian debt and difference with bondholders of Argentinian debt. So desperation of Argentinians to swap. Have a chance to follow at least some of Argentina's advisors. It's not risking concerns in some present. People need probably 10 10th default. It was 9 defaults. Now, probably this swap may be considered as a 10th. It's world, it takes with global cooperation and the theory of using different instruments for different purpose. You cannot put all the money in the pipeline on different sources and on the other side of a pipeline distributed for different purposes. But probably the group will need to have governance and the channeling of specific savings from specific sources by specific instrument to specific ends and objectives. You cannot make it with a general pipeline, give me more money, because we will be disappearing like we have been disappearing for decades. I remember expectation of 60s. I joined university 63. It was freedom of Africa. And how many times it was beginning of financing African rebound? Each decade since. And it's just individual country goes out more or less helpfully. And a very specific, very on the next, like China is a great success, but it was South Korea, it was Japan, a few different smaller countries. But for 2 decades, MDGs suggested one recipe for all countries. You will remember it. In 2008, when you head of research of the World Bank came to Moscow, I don't remember the name. He was not for a long time, and we had a meeting like that with Yasin, Yulis, all the development people here, and he came and said, it was that he has a good news. It was 2008. That he has a good news from the World Bank. But now we have come to the conclusion after 20 years of transition that one recipe cannot suit all the countries. We need to develop different approaches to countries. I made absolutely impolite comment. People tried to block me by and I just pushed everybody away and I said that it looks like his speech. Sorry, a couple of my friends know the story, so I'm repeating. We don't know what's going to happen. So, but it sounds like visit of American Procurator General to the Cemetery of American Prison, Cemetery of Executed Criminals. The short speech, sorry guys, now it's 20 years. After 20 years. So the amount of this Turkish case of studying all the banks at the same time, you remember, led to the crisis. It was just crazy of all banking system at the same time. It was a problem. It was huge crisis. In 1994 spring, World Bank developed new country assistance strategy for Mexico, expecting that Mexico will receive 150 billion dollars every year of influx of capital. So we were just
Thanks for bringing the challenge to the
for time. I said it cannot happen. Danzig said that we give bad forecasts. It was famous Mexican crisis. So the problem with MDGs that we must be very careful. Very careful. They still carry a blanket on the shoulder.
Thank you, Marcus. Thanks for a very extensive comment. And we are now moving to the finance. Now, coffee in 1 hour. Not coffee, but lunch. Sorry, guys, we have 2 more speakers.
Everyone may take coffee in the next room yourself.
Yes, as I mentioned, coffee is still there, and the pies and everything. Now we are moving to the financial issue, and the financing gap, as Igor Makarov and Vacherin also mentioned, that the financing gap for development is increasing. But we only have the open statistics for the Development Assistance Committee countries. But what happens in Russia knows Anastasia Sychova, probably knowing more than anyone else in Russia about the Russian development assistance. So Anastasia, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexandra, very much. Thank you so much for the organization of this session, and thank you for inviting me. Yeah, actually, already a lot was said here, and I'm not a researcher or I'm not a PhD, so I just can say my view from the field, actually, because I'm not a researcher for SDGs or so on. So I'm just working in this field for last of my life. Yeah, years. So the theme of this session is really very pressing, especially in today's realities. Of course, the adoption of Addis Ababa Declaration was a decisive step towards fighting the hunger, fighting the poverty, inequality, and so on. So we can list all the 17 goals, but now we're halfway to the deadline, and still, what do we have? So 50% of SDGs are weak, so we're not getting to the target. 30% even gone into reverse. So of course we can already, even at this table, we talked about the COVID, the crisis in Ukraine, so in Middle East, in other countries, but still, we should be honest. When we were preparing, we were working on a voluntary national report on achieving SDGs. We gathered a huge amount of experts, a huge amount of representatives of all the ministries, and still in 2019 we already knew that we won't get to the target. We won't get the SDGs done. So even it's not the question about developing countries or developed, it's the issue for the whole world. It's so when we were writing the report, we've discussed a lot about why is it happening, and of course we faced that some targets can't even discuss to be reached because national policies in all countries differ so much, and it can't be reached the whole 17 goals because of course national priorities are still priorities, not the goals. And of course, even signing such a declaration as Addis Abeba's not exclude the path of development according to national characteristics. So the same situation we can observe in the field of international development assistance. Russia was and still remains far from the indicators set by OECD. So there are a lot of reasons for this, and it's not that we have a much tighter budget. And of course, it's one of the points. But the problem with this issue is much deeper. Of course, we should, first of all, point out that there are obvious gaps in Russian regulatory framework in terms of lack of consolidation and corresponding powers and functions of the federal executive authorities, as well as our national budget regulation system does not include lightning costs of ODA, and it excludes lightning costs for reaching the SDGs. The basis of Russian ODA is long-term development programs that are complex. They include a huge amount of participants, and it affects a large number of social and humanitarian areas in foreign countries. For example, school feeding projects in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Armenia. And for example, tax policy project in Kyrgyzstan. Such projects are good for the point of view of sustainability of development of the partner, but it does not show the Russian Federation as a donor, because it's long-term things, and the people, real people in countries even do not know that we are represented in their countries as donors and what we really do for their economics. Unfortunately, it's a gap in our promoting. I think it's the problem of our nationality. We are not likely to say what we are doing, so because we don't like to lighten our things that we do. Nowadays, we try to change our these things, because I'm representing the Россотрудничество. It's a federal agency which represented in more than 80 countries all over the world, in Africa, Latin America, of course, in Asia. But still, even that we are doing a lot in development in countries and in also cultural and educational projects, but still we do not have a specialized development agency in our country. And from my point of view, and from the point of view of huge amount of experts, it's a very big problem of Russian ODA, and from the point of providing development projects, from the point of forwarding these projects. Of course, it is necessary to modernize the Russian regulatory framework. It is necessary to creating international development projects as a sphere of state. And of course, it's necessary to create the public policy and create a special SDG policy through the special agency. Maybe it will happen when SDGs are already gone far, and we'll have some other goals like new MDGs, new SDGs. I don't know how it will be called, but still, we live in a time of global reforms, and it's concerning not only Russian Federation but the whole world. So all classic donors, if we speak about yes, European Union, US, and so on, they are also changing their policy of providing assistance. We've managed that they're changing, so they are going away from unallocated contributions to requiring more commitment from aid recipients. And of course, it's showing that that international aid is changing. Of course, we should also point out that there are a huge amount of new players in this field, and the whole world of ODA is changing. And of course, Russian Federation should coming in this path and going through the changing, going through the sanctions, and we should mobilize our resources, our ministries to go through these challenges, I think, yes, we should say. And of course, there is no possibility to reach the goals by 2030. We should realize it and be honest about it, but still we can do our work. And as already been said, it's cheaper to do something than not to do anything. So now we are going through the modification of law in Russian Federation, where now we are trying to create a federal law on development assistance and to create a special agency and mobilize all the actors in this field so that they can change their point of view in a much easier way that it goes right now, because nowadays we face the problems that all ministries are producing their assistance through their own project management, and they can't, and they do not share the view with other actors, and that's the problem, because it creates misunderstanding even in Russian Federation, not saying anything about the international actors. So I can talk about the numbers or the perspectives, but still it is common things, and we can you can like find it out in open websites, but still the view is more like we have huge amount of problems that we have to overcome, and then we can saying that we're going the right way. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anastasia, and also for following the limits. My question is the biggest discussion question for all of the researchers in the development assistance field. Which is better, bilateral or multilateral aid?
Thank you for your question. I can say with this, of course, this question is discussed all over the way. And from the point of our government, of course, we should enlarge our bilateral assistance, but still, we can't overcome the things that UNDP, World Food Program, and other UN agencies are able to do in countries. And of course, not working with our multilateral partners is impossible for for getting to SDGs targets and so on. So of course we should work on our capacity, but still we do not have to invent bicycle. We should take the opportunities and use them for our meaning. So that's the point.
Okay, thank you. Vladimir Barteyev, the co-author of the one and only study book on development assistance in Russia.
Thank you so much for your questions, and also I would like to comment that that Alexandra should be warned that if we'll start to speak about ODA, it won't be able to stop us.
No, I will.
So
Don't worry.
So
You have 5 minutes to answer.
So I will be very short. First of all, of course, we have a prioritization. Of course, it's obvious that it's impossible to help every country and every person. Of course, we've started so some years ago we started our work with the prioritization in countries plus in spheres, because of course sometimes it is much more important for one country to fight, for example, the second SDG, and absolutely impossible for other country to fight another SDG. Of course, we have some kind of understanding of which countries we're helping, which countries we are working with, which countries are mostly our country partners, and of course we prioritize our work with them. It's of course we should rise it to federal level, so our ministries, our government should so write it down somewhere, but still by now we are working with our inside documents. Talking about the second question about mobilizing the private sector, actually there are 2 points in this case. First of all, even 3 cases, I think. First of all, there are a huge amount of business partners who want them to be lightened in this field. They want to share their activities. They want everyone knows that they are helping in Africa as Fosagro, for example. A huge partner in ODA is RGD. They have a huge amount of projects in Armenia, in Kyrgyzstan, so they are open to show their activities. The second level of business structures that also have a huge amount of projects, but they are afraid to show them to the government because it's some kind of political things that if they show something, they're afraid that it will be regulated later, and so they are like not very open, but still they come to our meetings, they still listen, so they are somehow stepping into opening to the government what their projects are. And the third field are the companies that not are under sanctions, and they won't show anything to anyone because they are afraid to be under sanctions later. For example, we have an example of Lukoil, who are working in Africa also. They have medical projects, they're helping a lot, but still they're not marking it as a Russian company assistance. They're showing it is like Lukoil. Yes, everyone knows that it's Russian company, but still they're not lighting themselves as a government like partner and so on, because they're afraid that everything will be closed for them in this field. So that's the problem. So we have 3 fields, and of course I think that the third one is the hardest part, but still we're working with the first and second field, so to promote what they do and trying to include their effort into official statistics. But it's also the point on not regulating but working with them, so that's the point.
Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, then we move to our next speaker, Dr. Siddhartha Latesh, our postdoc last year, and now the person whom we're trying for the second, I believe, month to employ here in the Higher School of Economics. Dr. Latesh, please.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Sedat Alataş. I'm an assistant professor of economics in the Department of Economics at Aydın Menderes University in Turkey. Last year, as also mentioned by Alexandra, I was here. I'm working as a postdoctoral research fellow in the Laboratory for Climate Change Economics at HSU University. So it is really nice for me to come back to Russia here. Therefore, before starting my presentation, I would like to thank Igor Makarov and all people working in the organization of this event for inviting and hosting me here.
During the coffee break.
Okay. And yeah, I will talk about resource efficiency and the rebound effect. As you see in the title, it's a joint paper. Actually, this is since the last more than 3 years, we are working on this project, which is funded by the Scientific and the Technology Research Council of Turkey. And in this project, what we are doing, we mainly investigate the critical role of materials from the sustainable development perspective, with a special emphasis on material efficiency and rebound effect, and there, as well as their connection with the energy efficiency and the energy rebound effects, and for climate mitigation, of course. And this paper that I'm going to present today is going to be one of our project outcomes. As indicated in the conference program, the world is looking for some new ideas, some alternative solutions to foster climate action, to sustainable development. And in this empirical article, I will also try to reply this call, and I will try to emphasize the role of material efficiency for climate mitigation, and try to emphasize the role of mitigation potential of the material efficiency policies, and compare these outcomes with energy efficiency, which is often overlooked and simply ignored in policy making, and as an alternative and complement of energy efficiency policies. Okay, let's start, but I think it is not working now. I'm gonna push this one, right? Which one I should? Which one? Okay. Yeah. This one? No. This one? Okay. Can you please close it? No. Yeah, okay, it's working. Okay, now, as we know, since the Rio Convention, the world is trying to make a global response to the threat of climate change, and we are taking some important actions to mitigate CO2 emissions. However, climate mitigation policies that we have implemented so far generally focus on the energy system, or objectives targeting the energy system. What I'm trying to say is, broadly speaking, climate mitigation policies generally focus on reducing energy consumption, though in the center we have reduction in the energy consumption. And we are doing this job through two different options, actually. Again, broadly speaking, on the one hand, there is energy efficiency improvements. On the other hand, we have renewables. So we are trying to increase the share of renewables in total energy mix. It is expected and reasonable because, as seen in this graph, energy consumption is dramatically increasing over the years by all sources, especially for fossil fuels. And the world is trying to make a response to this threat, this increase, by increasing the share of renewables and the energy efficiency in order to reduce energy consumption and the global emissions. However, according to some recent reports, energy-based solutions are only focusing on an energy efficiency improvements or the renewables cannot be sufficient, also indicated by some other speakers in this session. And we have to focus on some alternative solutions, and MacArthur Foundation finds that these energy-based strategies can only reduce emissions 55%, and the meeting climate targets also require tackling the remaining 45% of emissions, which are not directly associated with the energy consumption, but more associated with the production of goods and materials. Therefore, materials are also important for us for deep reduction of emissions. Actually, the reason of why we find materials are important is quite simple, because what we observe for energy consumption, it also holds for material consumption, and this graph perfectly shows it. And here I show the evolution of domestic material consumption and the material footprint for the period between 1970 and 2019. As seen here, there is the amount of material consumption in terms of both measures. It doesn't matter which one you use, is about 3 times higher in 2019 compared to 1970. And so, considering this increasing trend, it is projected that global demand for raw materials will also increase in the following decades. And for example, according to recent report of OECD, global material use will be doubled in 2060 compared to 2011. And more importantly, non-metallic minerals and the metals which actually require a substantial amount of energy for extraction and the processing issues will represent more than 60% of this growing demand. So our consumption, our energy material consumption is not increasing, but the carbon burden of material consumption is also increasing, that I'm going to discuss in the following slides as well. So why are we expecting such an increase in demand for materials, or why are materials are quite important for us? Actually, one of the main reasons, as also discussed in yesterday, this is low carbon technologies such as solar panels, wind turbines, and electric vehicles or energy storage system, let's say electrification. And as these technologies require large amount of materials, as they are material intensive, it is projected that demand for materials will also increase in the following decades. For example, according to the Paris Aligned Scenario of International Renewable Energy Agency, demand for copper is around 30 million tons per year in 2021. However, it is expected to be between 50 and 70 million tons per year in 2050. This is also true for nickel. It is expected to be doubled in 2050 compared to 2021. Yeah, materials are important. It is because the achievement of net zero goals requires advancing low carbon technologies, and these technologies employ materials in substantial amounts, meaning that they are material intensive. However, this is not the only reason why we pay special attention to them. They are also considered economically vital for some key industries, as they are used as an input for producing a wide range of goods and services. And for example, tungsten for smartphones, gallium for many LEDs, or copper for electronics. So from this point of view, it's quite clear that materials are important for climate action, for sustainable development. On the other hand, they're also important due to the economic and supply chain concerns. And of course, this growing demand for materials does not come from free, as discussed as I in my previous slides, but at environmental cost. This is because the extraction and the processing issues related to the more materials is energy intensive, so it results in environmental degradation and increased emissions. For example, OECD estimates that greenhouse gas emissions from the material extraction and the processing issues will be responsible around 21% of global emissions in 2060, while almost half of them come from the key metals such as aluminum, manganese, nickel, and some other key metals. The other half will be about the concrete. So in order to make the long story short, material use is increasing and expected to increase more in the near future. Therefore, material efficiency is as important as energy efficiency, so it should be complemented by material efficiency policies for deeper reduction in emissions, meaning that we have to look at the climate mitigation issue not only from the energy efficiency or the renewable perspectives, but from a broader material efficiency and resource efficiency perspective. And the recent report of IPCC also confirms the critical importance of material efficiency, especially for hard-to-abate industry sector. Here, they compare some emission reduction potential of different policy options for that sector, and the results reveal that material and the energy efficiency are two important options for mitigation for that sector, and only energy efficiency may not be sufficient, and we need more than energy efficiency. And material efficiency, demand-side policies in this regard might be first and available and economic option that we need to consider carefully. Well, material and energy efficiency are important. They might have some potentials for us, but they might have a rebound effect as well. And it means that some of the gains from the efficiency improvement can partially or completely offset. So what I'm trying to say, what is rebound effect actually refers to various mechanisms that may offset potential resource saving resulting from the improvements in resource efficiency. So if the rebound effect occurs, the benefits gained from the resource efficiency enhancements are partial or completely offset by increased consumption and production activities. And maybe I can give some small example for this. You are using a car, and then your car that you use became efficient. So what is expected that after this efficiency improvement, your fossil fuel consumption should be reduced. But at the same time, you might feel richer than before. So the expected gains from the efficiency improvements can be partially or completely offset. So the actual reduction in fossil fuel consumption or energy consumption is not going to be as expected as high. So this is the rebound effect. So what we are doing for efficiency improvements, we should also consider the rebound effect at the same time. And what we are doing actually, we first measure material efficiency performance of the EU countries and the 10 major trading partners by considering the rebound effects. And we compare our outcomes with the energy efficiency and the energy rebound effects and discuss the mitigation potential of both strategies by providing a comparative assessments and what we are going to obtain at the end of this empirical analysis. So we will learn how do countries perform in terms of material efficiency and energy efficiency. So is there any significant, is there any difference between the EU countries and the trading partners? And do we really need to take into account the rebound effects and how is the relationship between the efficiency and the rebound effect? And the last one, maybe it is also important for this, do we really need to take into account the rebound effect and how is the relationship between efficiency and the rebound effect as well? And our empirical analysis is covers for the period between 1995 and 2019, and we are going to focus on the EU countries and the trading partners. I'm going to skip this part actually because this is about the methodology section, but one of the most known issue is that actually index institution, one of the most frequently used indicator for material efficiency is material intensity, which is basically defined as a ratio of material consumption to the gross domestic product. So this is material use per unit of output, but actually has some weaknesses because it only considers materials itself, so ignores all other factors affecting the material efficiency, such as structure of economy and input prices. So there are two frontier approaches in the literature in order to measure the efficiency performance of countries. Now it is not working. Can you please next slide? And we are going to use stochastic frontier analysis. This is SFA because it allows us to quantify material demands, material determinants, and material efficiency and rebound effect simultaneously. Yeah, this is more about the econometric issues, but let me tell you briefly the basic idea, theoretical idea of SFA. So actually, there is an ideal frontier that no country can exist, and the deviations from this ideal frontier and actual pair represents the inefficiency, individual inefficiencies. So if the distance between the ideal frontier and the actual point refers to individual efficiencies, if relatively efficient countries are located on just this ideal frontier, and some inefficient countries are located above below this point. So this is the theoretical idea, and from the econometric viewpoint, this idea has been implemented in a panel data setting by specifying a regression model with a composite error term as shown in the slide. V is idiosyncratic part, U is actually the counter effects in the standard panel data model. But what we are doing here, we are just assume that it's going to be one-sided and interpret them in inefficiency, and then we obtain efficiency scores and the rebound effects. But the innovation here is what we are going to do is we are not going to obtain the rebound effect as a post estimation, but we are going to integrate the rebound effect in our standard SFA model. And then based on the determinants of rebound effect, we are going to obtain rebound effect itself and its determinants at the same time. And these are models. I will just skip this part and let me briefly focus on our results. As I said before, we are going to estimate two different models, the material demand model and the energy model. Actually, the results are not very interesting. So GDP has a positive impact on material consumption and the energy consumption. This is also true for area. So there is no interesting outcome for the determinants of material demand and the energy demand. But when we look at rebound effects, we obtain some interesting outcomes. especially when we look at the GDP per capita and the material price and energy price. By the way, on the left side of the graph, I show the material demand frontier function. On the right side, I focus on the energy demands. What I have here, I find that income per capita is statistically insignificant for the material rebound effect as shown in the right part of the panel, but it is positive for statistically significant for the energy rebound effect. So this is highly expected outcome for energy because in line with the findings in the literature, increasing income per capita as people feel richer, as I said before, leads to increase in rebound effect. And so energy is sensitive to the change in income per capita, but not material. So energy might be more subject to the rebound effect compared to material efficiency. Our price data, our price coefficients is also consistent with these findings. As you see here, energy price has a negative sign and indicating that a decrease in energy price will lead to higher rebound effect. On the other hand, material price has a positive sign and suggests that an increase in material price results in an increase in the size of material rebound effect. And this is also consistent with our GDP per capita. So this is very important outcome actually for us and simply imply that energy efficiency improvements might be more dependent on rebound effect than the material efficiency because the channels explaining the rebound effect works better for energy models. And what about the countries? Again, it's not working. Yeah, this is the country's material efficiency and the energy efficiency performance. Let me first compare material and energy efficiency performance of countries. As can be seen from the upper panel, while material efficiency scores are less skewed, the opposite outcome is observed for energy efficiency, meaning that countries perform better in terms of energy efficiency compared to material efficiency. Actually, this is also a highly expected outcome for, as we discussed in my first slide, because climate mitigation policies generally focus on energy solutions. Due to the active policy in energy efficiency, it is expected that, of course, countries are going to be perform better in terms of energy efficiency. However, when we look at the rebound effect calculations, a very interesting outcome is seen. Material rebound value seems to follow a bell-shaped curve and change between 0.2 and 0.6 as seen in the bottom line. But the majority of countries have a low level of material rebound scores, of course, compared to energy rebound. As seen for the energy rebound are mainly right skewed, so indicating that most of countries experience very high energy rebound effects. So it means that even if countries perform better in terms of energy efficiency compared to material efficiency, the rebound effect of energy efficiency is higher than the material efficiency case. So some of the gains that we are expecting to get from the energy efficiency improvements are partially offset by the rebound effect. This is one of the main outcomes. And we can also see this findings. Next slide, please. Not this one. Yeah, this one, okay. This is also showing another way of showing this outcome in a scatter diagram. And as you see, there is a positive relationship between both measures. So it means that for both of them, improvements in material efficiency or energy efficiency in this further rebound effect increases. As you see here, most countries are located on the left part of the slide. For the first graph, this is the opposite case for the energy efficiency. This is the same outcome actually. So finally, when we look at the evolution of material and energy efficiency performance of countries, here, just go back, this one. For material efficiency, this is actually one of the most important outcome. For material efficiency, scores are considerably low in the early periods, yet improving significantly over the years. And as seen in the first graph, this increases around 130%. But when we look at the energy efficiency improvements, there is an increase, of course, like the material results, but the increase is around 7% from 1995 to 2090. So energy efficiency improvement relatively flat. And so because we are making some important policies in this direction, so we have already collected low-hanging fruits of energy efficiency, let's say, but there is still large room for improvements of material efficiency. And as we just note that, as shown in this previous slides, material rebound effect is considerably lower than the energy rebound. Okay, I'm finishing. This is going to be the Last one, this is actually the individual results. If I take a question, maybe we can discuss on this issue. Maybe one important thing, countries' energy efficiency performance in terms of energy efficiency is good and very expected with the literature. For example, US, UK, Germany is great, it's doing a great job. But when we look at the material efficiency scores, all the things is changing. So this is also expected outcome for us. And of course, relatively less developed member countries and the trading partners rank low, but the most developed EU countries and their rich trading partners have highest material efficiency scores. Okay, thank you. Which one? This one? No. Okay, I'm doing. Okay. This one, right? No.
Thank you. I suppose that the presentations will be published, correct again? Okay, so don't worry, it will be all on our conference's website. Thank you, Siddharth. That was a perfect rounding off because Igor in the first presentation showed us importance of the sustainable consumption in on the climate change issue, and Siddharth gave us the whole detailed picture of the sustainable consumption and the effects of our improvements in energy efficiency. Siddharth, I know that you have a special article on the Turkish profile in the material consumption and rebounding effect profile. Could you please a bit elaborate on on your country example?
Actually, we didn't conduct the research, especially for Turkey in terms of materials. This is a panel data setting, but maybe we can tell something about the current status of Turkey about the climate issues. Actually, what I'm thinking that personally, we are not taking climate change issues seriously so far. We didn't ratify Paris Agreement for almost 6 years, and then in the morning we just wake up and learn that Turkey has ratified the Paris Agreement. I think it was 2 years ago. And actually, yeah, we are also we don't have energy. So we have some responsibilities, of course. We have some specific concerns for the responsibility share of countries, especially after this Paris Agreement and then so on. And then what we see right now is carbon border adjustment mechanism is going to affect our import because EU is our critical partner for our imports and exports. So what we should do in that case? We now establish our climate council, which composed of government officials, academics, and business members and NGOs. Actually, the targets are quite good. I mean, we try to be carbon neutral by 2053, but the roadmap for this is not quite clear yet. We are still working on this issue. And what we are doing, we have created our national green finance strategy. Actually, one of the most important part of this strategy is emission trading system. I think it should be inactive on next year around this time with a transitional pace. And this is the material issues is important, specifically important for us because one of the most affected areas by CBAM or central carbon border adjustment is going to be the iron and steel. And the second one maybe is going to be cement, and we are exporting all these issues to the European countries. This is also important for us. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Igor.
Thanks for presentation. Like 2 questions, clarifications. The first is, so you've shown that for energy efficiency, the rebound effect is higher than for material efficiency. So do you have any ideas why? So what is the difference between channels for energy efficiency and material efficiency? And my second question concerns the very concept of rebound effect. So, okay, you buy more energy efficient, you substitute less energy efficient car by more energy efficient car. Okay, so you save some money and you become rich and you buy something else, and this something else is also associated with emissions, and it compensates the effect of emission reduction which was achieved previously. But at the same time, when you buy something else, so it increases your consumption, your utility, your well-being, and so on. And so is it somehow taken into account? Yes, you increase emissions and compensate part of the emission reduction which were previously achieved, but at the same time you increase your utility and well-being. So how is it calculated?
Thank you for a question. I'm gonna start from the second question. Actually, no, we didn't consider it. No, if you are asking for the empirical analysis, no, we are not doing it. For the first question, why energy efficiency rebound effect is higher than the other one? Actually, I think that, as I said in my previous slides, in the first slides, climate mitigation policies generally focus on the energy efficiency improvement. So we have an active policy for all countries here. That's why we might have a rebound effect here. So we don't consider what is happening in the material side of the issue. So there is no active policy. So why we should expect a higher rebound effect than the energy efficiency? So we are making some actions for energy efficiency and then we are getting the rebound effect. But for the material efficiency, no, this is not true. We are just giving them, let them go and then just moving. Maybe this might be the reason.
Any more questions? If not,
Maybe.
yes,
Yeah,
sure.
sorry. I missed the presentation, your sample size. So, but anecdotal evidence shows that in OECD countries, there is an energy efficiency. So whether did you decompose the energy when you're talking about the energy?
For this paper, no, we didn't decompose it.
But the anecdotal evidence shows that emerging country, there is a rebound effect, meaning their energy per capita, fossil fuel per capita increasing. Where if you compare the European country, their fossil fuel per capita consumption is declining, but the renewable energy is.
So you're decomposing the countries, right?
Yeah, so
okay.
I think decomposition, without decomposition, it will be a little bit misleading outcome.
But you used only EU countries, right?
EU countries and the 10 trading partners as well. Because in that case, if you are not include 10 trading partners, you have to exclude UK, USA, and China. So I think the results is not going to be meaningful in that case if you exclude these countries, for example. But you're right that you have to, decompose and declassify countries. And
energy mix is important.
But in that case, maybe for some samples, the number of countries for some sample is going to be reduced significantly. In that case, SFA model results can be biased as well, because the number of countries in this case is going to be smaller than the previous one.
Actually, econometrics, all the general model failed. It's more about a country-specific model.
Leonid Markovich.
We
2 minutes.
We actually published an article some years ago trying to connect emission and energy use emission to the level of household income. And the result is obvious. Rich people spend less because we have too much money and we spend less for money. Poor people spend less because we don't have money. It's actually meeting the middle class. And as soon as we have a trend for increasing incomes of the middle class in developing countries, we are increasing the emission, just because we're changing from installation of vacuum cleaner, conditioner. It's not TV, it's conditioner. Brazilian temperature in Brazilian hotels is 19. And I slept on the floor because I couldn't sustain the wind from that's dangerous, and so on. So the change of lifestyle from poor to middle income creates the major and cars and everything creates the increasing of consumption driven emission. So we need somehow to make a models which would reflect it, because we suggest just to tax people after $40,000 per head of GDP. But it's too simple. Really, the development in fighting poverty brings emissions just because the technology of consumption, technological base of consumption is changing.
Thank you, Leonid Markovich, for a comment. And I won't take any questions, even if you have some. Because it's time to finalize the session. Thank you everyone for your wonderful presentations and insights. As far as I see, we covered all the key goals, and the bad news is that there were actually no illusions, as we put it on in the name of the session, and the progress is extremely limited. But the good news is that there are instruments in place that can help us to achieve some progress on the SDGs, and even some innovative ideas on the monetary policy, which can help us to move forward with the SDGs. I really enjoyed this session, and I suggest to give a round of applause to our speakers. Housekeeping.
Thank you very much, and special thanks for Alexandra for moderating. Yeah, special apologizes from me myself for not meeting the time limits. Okay, so the small housekeeping announcements. We missed the coffee break, so there was some coffee, but there was no break. But now we have lunch, and so we will go to lunch from here to the same place as yesterday, the restaurant which is called Kvartira 44. And so we will move in about 10 minutes from the entrance to the building. And the next session will start at 3 p.m. So by 3 p.m. we should come back to this room. Thanks again for all the participants of this session.
compound annual rate of more than 10% over the last 7 years, almost double the pace of non-Asia routes. The level of trade integration currently approaches that of the EU, but the drivers are entirely different. While treaty-based governance has underpinned EU trade integration, it's a regulation-driven integration. Asia integrates primarily by trade and not as a single economic bloc. However, the fact that 60% of value of trade originates within the region is a spectacular fact, and that's very relevant to our question on whether the Asian economy becomes more self-sufficient. Asian economies can be put in 5 groups, depending on the size and development: advanced Asia, China, India, emerging Asia, and frontier Asia. Advanced Asia countries all have high per capita GDP, urbanization rate, and connectivity. They are technology hubs, source of capital, and high-end consumer markets for the rest of Asia. China is a distinct entity and epicenter of Asian trade and growth. Emerging Asia group is highly diverse. They include mostly Southeast Asian countries such as Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. India is also a distinct entity with the potential to account for Asia's largest workforce. And frontier Asia economies such as Kazakhstan, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka historically have had limited integration with the rest of Asia. They were looking more, they had more outward orientation. But over the time, they are changing their trade and investment patterns and becoming more and more a part of the Asian economy. Asia's now on the question of sustainability. Asia's high economic growth over the last 40 years rested on 3 major factors. First, the region population expanded rapidly with a very high urbanization rate. Increased numbers of working-age people, coupled with urbanization and coupled with very proper economic policies, led to massive productivity gains. This pattern is generally known as demographic dividend. Second, Asia invested in its economy much more than advanced economies. Investments to GDP ratio was 30% in 80s and 90s and 40% in 2000s and teens, while advanced economies had invested about 25 and 22% of GDP respectively. Third, Asia benefited from the expansion of exports, which increased at an annual rate of about 10%. Expanding foreign trade supported GDP growth both directly and indirectly and became a source of wealth, and it facilitated the transfer of technologies and skills from advanced economies. So Asia's spectacular growth rested on 3 factors: demographic dividend, very high rate of investment, and benefits of trade. Now, as you see, 1.5 factors out of 3 are connected to globalization. They're globalization dependent. Trade is globalization dependent, and half of investment factor is globalization dependent, external investment. Internal investment and demographic dividend are internally driven. So 1.5 factors out of 3 are internal and 1.5 are globalization driven. And that's very important to judge whether Asian growth would be both sustainable and would become much more self-sufficient in the next couple of decades. In the past, let's first talk about demographics. In the past, Asia's demographic supported a shift out of agriculture to industry based on young rural migrants. Now, China and advanced Asia are aging, while lower productivity Asian economies have growing pool of working-age people and non-farm workers. China, Japan, and South Korea already have or will have, by 2050, some of the world's most elderly population. By 2050, advanced Asia and China, the so-called aging Asia, could have 250 million fewer working age people. At the same time, such countries as India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and so forth would have a massive growth of working force. But can we say that this growth in South and Southeast Asia offsets the deficit of workforce in China, Japan, in South Korea? Probably not, because in this respect, Asia is not a whole. It's a diverse lot of various countries which compete with each other. So in my opinion, this in respect of geography and workforce, we cannot perceive Asia as a whole. Not like in the case of international trade. On the issue of investment, China has deepened capital faster than any other region despite low returns than in Western economies. Now interest rates are rising, real estate prices are under threat, capital markets are much more volatile, growth is slowing, and many economists, not many economists, but quite a number of economists face considerable risks concerning their sovereign debts. In this new environment, Asia faces the challenge to improve the efficiency of its financial system and to support financial resilience. In 2022, Asia's gross domestic savings share of GDP was about 40%, compared with 26% in the EU and 17% in the United States. Asia could still mobilize more capital between now and 2030 than any other region in the world. Over the next decade, Asia's fixed investment is expected to total close to 140 trillion. High domestic savings, which could be as much as an incremental $150 trillion over between now and 2030, could meet the majority of Asia's fixed investment requirement if mobilized into capital investment. To sum up, one of the most serious concerns now is the emerging defragmentation in the world economy. It's very difficult to speculate on whether this defragmentation starts to take place, on whether it will accelerate or decelerate. We just don't know. But this issue is serious indeed. If defragmentation happens in terms of trade and technology, then 1.5 factors out of 3 factors that underpin Asia growth would be under threat. I'm talking about external investment and trade and foreign trade. So Asia would face the challenge to replace or to somehow alter those factors to underpin its future growth. Certainly, that would involve some changes in economic policies, such as taking a much more benign view towards labor migration. It would take economic policies that support intra-regional trade, and it would take economic policies that mobilize internal savings, which would then replace, to a large extent, external investments. But that in terms would imply a more efficient financial system that has a proper capacity to mobilize internal savings. And that's my conclusion. So 3 sources of growth over the last 40 years. Now 1.5 out of 3 are under partial or serious threat, but there are internal resources that would help Asia to be on a sustainable path of growth over the next decades. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we might put some questions, if any. You have, okay.
Thanks for the interesting presentation. Actually, I have a question concerning your statement about the importance of globalization for Asian development. If we, I agree, of course, with that. But however, if we look at Asia now, Asia is very, very diverse. So we have, you mentioned 5 regions. We may separate Asia in a different way, but however, we have some regions and countries which are very high tech. We have regions and countries which are specialized on labor intensive industries. We have regions and countries which are specialized on natural resources. We are countries with slow growth and aged population. We have countries with rapid growth and young population. So we have all these sorts of different countries and regions. And total population of all this is like 4.7 billion people, which is more or less the same as population of the world in 1990. It was also about 5 billion people at that time. So when globalization really started and accelerated. So my question is, probably given such a diversity of region and the opportunity of international division of labor, and given the huge size of this region, may Asia launch globalization itself? So the new version of the regional globalization. So the copy of globalization in the regional scale. And so maybe this may be the new driver of its development. Okay.
You want to
Or we can do it as you say.
I can start.
Okay. Yes, indeed, Asia is very heterogeneous. It's not a homogeneous region. Even the EU is not homogeneous, and Asia is extremely diverse. So that complicates the task of talking about Asia as a whole, because it's not. However, as I said, the pace of regionalization, not regionalism, but regionalization in the region is extremely spectacular, with 60% of trade now being intra-regional, intra-Asia. There is indeed a valid assumption that Asia would gradually turn from globalization to its new intra-regional version of globalization, which would indeed include 5 billion people, so and about 60% of the world economy. A smaller version of globalization focused on Asia is indeed possible. But then there's we here talk about trade and investment. There's also an issue of technology, which is much more complicated.
Any more questions? Yes, please.
Just regarding your model, how much AI evolution is considered in all these calculations? Because actually assumption will be force will be strongly requirements will be strongly reduced rather than just they will be declining because of age and so on of aging people population in China and other countries.
I don't have a definite question here. We don't model. Our institution doesn't model China doesn't model Asia except for China. And for other countries, we rely on the macroeconomic forecasting by other IFIs such as IMF and the World Bank.
Intelligence, AI.
I understand.
Introduced right now will change dramatically all these instruments, I guess.
It probably doesn't. For the time being, AI is about increasing costs for firms. And the consensus is the companies, including Asia, would get the first meaningful returns from AI only as late as 2026. So it doesn't change midterm forecast. It will change long-term forecast, but I hope that the world's leading forecasters, such as the World Bank and the IMF, on which we rely, include this factor in their forecasting.
Okay, very good. And some more questions? Let me ask you. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah.
I'm just wondering whether you consider any institutional quality or political stability, as we see some turbulence in terms of some Asian country, particularly Pakistan, Singapore, not Singapore, Sri Lanka, also probably to some extent India, Bangladesh. So since institutional quality may play a big role for the business climate, so from a sustainable point of view, whether it can be a detrimental factor or not.
I'm sorry. The institutional factor is indeed extremely important for attracting investment, for extracting most gains from trade, but it's also crucial to extract most good from the demographic dividend. One can say that China has been, first of all, extremely fortunate that its demographic dividend has been extracting in time when there was no war. And so there's an element of pure luck in the Chinese miracle, but there is also an element of inducive economic policies. Right now, such countries as Bangladesh and Pakistan are entering the active phase of demographic dividend, and its success depends on the institutional factor.
Let me ask you a question about, I just cannot retain myself, not asking you about the Kazakhstan as a country situated just between Europe and Asia. What happens in Kazakhstan during these 20 years? Is it really moving toward Asia, or it's still in between Russia, Europe, East and West, let's say? What happens really?
Kazakhstan has produced its own version of economic miracle over the last 20 years. It's been growing with an average pace of 6.2% in real terms. And its growth, strategically speaking, has been based on being a multiverse company. They never excluded a single vector. They traded and invested in and get investments from everywhere where they could attract it. And their position, the economic and geoeconomic positioning, is very explicit. They are a bridge between advanced economies, China and Russia. And that's where their competitive strength lies.
So the country and as the big company, they profited from globalization, from the geographic position. Am I right? They use its privilege of being between a big center of economic activity.
Well, practically speaking, they benefit in the following terms. They have the possibility to export to those markets where they extract most value added.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing. They effectively face and handle their landlocked curse, their landlocked status, by using various connectivity options.
Mm-hmm.
That's number two. And number three would be attracting a very sizable lots of foreign investments, which also concurrently bring a lot of new technologies to the country. So yes.
Maybe the last questions. Does Kazakhstan has positive trade balance with China, for example?
Negative.
Negative.
But slightly negative as far as I remember, because of the large amounts of exports of materials.
More or less balance. And with Russia? Also same?
Negative balance.
Negative.
Strong positive balance with the EU and the rest of the world.
Oh, interesting. Okay, really special country. So if we have no questions, we are moving. Yes, of course.
Yeah, sorry for making so many questions, but actually I have one more. Yesterday we discussed the concept which Leonid Grigorov introduced, the rich countries trap. So the idea is one of the ideas under this concept, which was not very clearly defined probably, but however, rich countries have probably one of the drawbacks that they have already ready infrastructure, which is first of all outdated, but second, it is morally outdated sometimes because the new development, first of all, digital developments and many other developments, they make the already existing infrastructure less relevant probably than the new infrastructure that could be built, but it can't be built because the infrastructure already is here. The emerging economies, and especially what you called frontier economies, and also the economies which are rapidly developing, they have no such a drawback. And so they may build infrastructure already based on the new requirements and based on new technologies. And it is a huge source of catching up in this case. In my opinion, it already happens sometimes in some Asian countries in terms of digital banking and financial system, when they leapfrogged some of the stages of development of finance in the Western countries, but right now use absolutely different technologies. So, for example, most of Indian population would never have credit cards. They had never had it, and they will never have it in the future. They won't need it. My question is, to what extent really it is an important factor for the development of Asia? Is it really an existent issue, or it is just what we thought out right here? So to which extent the relatively low level of infrastructure development may be the competitive advantage of many developing economies in the future? Thanks.
I don't know. I have to think it over. I wonder what's the place of Russia in this concept. Whether its existing technology impedes modernization or not. Is it the rich country in this concept? Okay. Okay. Sorry, I don't have an answer. Okay.
But yeah, I agree that catching up in infrastructure, financial, transport, any other, and the huge project like Belt and Road Initiative, they are very important. But the real catching up problems, to my mind, lies in the capability of moving close to the frontier of technical change, which is not very simple. And the capability of moving to this frontier will show us how they are really economically valuable. We know that China program 2025, which have been proclaimed by the Communist Party of China in 2015, have to give results the next year, but nobody even mentioned it. So what really happened with these huge technological changes? We know only about road and belt, and we never heard in Russia, in Chinese publication about this China 2025. What happens? Maybe Chinese people will later explain us. So if you have no questions, we are moving to our speaker from India, Devesh Birwal. Yes, very good. So your team, the team of your presentation.
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't see. Yeah.
First of all, the distinguished guest, I just want to see that this is indeed a good opportunity of best opportunity to interact, to present this platform, which has been provided by the HSC University, Russia here. I'm
just taking this opportunity to navigate the evaluation, ongoing transformative journey of Indian economy, which is in is very important if you see the Asian group. This is another economy after China, which is growing very faster. And after suffering, can you the next? Yeah. Okay. So the after even two century of the colonial period, where the British have been kept for the raw material market or the final good market. So after that, when we got the independence, that period was very problematic. We don't have that better scenario, the things, but still with a good policies, different set of policy for agriculture, for almost all those things, and we were able to achieve at least if you see with this table, almost every time we have approximately 5% growth even until 2020. So, and if you see this journey, this is very easy, very normal for us. Because at the time of independence, we were mainly an agrarian economy, and even that, at that time, the more than two-thirds population was dependent on agriculture, and approximately 50% GDP was coming from the agriculture sector, which was not at all developed. Most of the agriculture was rainford agriculture, and agriculture with traditional methods and all those things. So, and in the industry, because I just have mentioned that most of the the way we have kept for the raw material only. So we don't have that much industries at that particular time. So all those periods you can see here, I'm going one by one. First of all, the agrarian epoch, you can see the post-independent period when we introduced the revolution and the other things, we introduced high variety seeds, couple of modern that's it. Yeah, modern farming techniques and other things which have been increased our food. Even if you see even the food grain production, which was only 50 million tons at that time, now it's six-fold increase, and 340 tons is the food grain. And other products, cash crop, mentha, we are producing mentha, we are producing cotton, oil seeds, lots of we are here. But when we are looking on the agriculture revolution, industries also, chemical industry, steel industry, other industries to get a raw material for the material which is required for tractors and the many other industries. So we also focus on industrialization and economic planning. Not only to support the agriculture, but also the other industry. We have to have machinery, we have to have chemicals and other chemical industry and others. So even the public sector government also came into that time, because the lots of these industries required a human capital. So which was not at that time with the public at that time. So after this, the 1990 phase, when we had an increase, if we see that in the growth rate, in the colonial period, we had 0.8% or even the negative growth rate, and then achieved almost 7.5% growth rate at the 1990s. So then we we need to open up our economy, and because we have to dismantle the license Raj. Restricted to some particular industries only. So we have to overcome that problem, and we have to open the encourage the FDI for the different industries, because the private capital is very less. We can't have the entire public expenditure with the very little, because yesterday also we have discussed the fiscal debt and the public debt, and that was a problem for the developing nations. Yeah. So, there's the period of global tech in 2000, 2000 period, you can see 1990 to 2000. Then the India has become a global hub in the sense that IT firms have been and they have established the call center, the multinational IT companies, the technological. Now you can see the particular states of the and you can see this is in a way the technological this place. As just the speaker talked about the demographic division, India also tried to work on it, and they switch their population by the education skills and the other things, and you can see here of the working class from the agriculture towards the service sector as well as this industry sector. That is the movement. And but if you see in, after 2019 to 2021, there is again a rise in agriculture sector because of in the COVID era. The other sectors shrink, and the service sector and the industry. So agriculture gives that opportunity to cater that population, which was somehow left by the sector in that period, the crisis period. If you see in terms of energy leadership, we have initiated and starts an initiative with the France and the International Solar Alliance, and we are committed to Asian countries in this alliance, and we have good things you can see. Even in terms of hydro, we are already the fifth in terms of capacity information. And even but the solar energy also, because yesterday also the speaker talked about that the carbon emission must be a little bit higher. So definitely we need to work on it, because we're in the stage of development. So lots of other countries have already developed. So their potential, they exploited the resources previously, but this now. So yes, we require the resources, all those things, but at the same time, we are also concerned about the environment or the sustainable development, so that this development will not stop further. So definitely we have to work on that also. So the current policy, which talked about the financial inclusion and the digital innovation, is also focusing on the lots of cash. After this, started transferring all benefits directly to the account, so that it should be that we will promote that digital payments more than rather than cash payment, so that we have corruption or the other problems. Also, tax collection and other benefits should be good. And but benefit in terms of ease of business and other initiatives. Asia is also, we are committed to program car industry, every small scale industry, so that we can't provide everyone as a job or something. So start a business or entrepreneurship, so that they, whatever they required, whatever the basic facilities they required in terms of skills and all those things we are providing. And three major targets of this kind of scheme you can see. Implementation, all these things, some negative sides also, not saying that negative side, but yeah, as policy has some which is very important if we want to promote it will and replace the complicated tax system. Initially, we sometimes how times paying the same tax. Sometimes it's collected with benefits. So, one nation, one tax is the policy where we are working on the GST. And fiscal are because we are working very hard to introduce blockchain agriculture or other so that capture production and sales and every stages. So we're working on that area also. Now it's about the area, but now I have to talk about how sustainable it's for Asia and in that term. So definitely, if you see the growth of India and in terms of if you see the which starts by approximately 300 billion to 776 billions GDP. And now we are fifth largest economy. We have crossed the UK now, and we have become a fifth largest economy. But yeah, we have limitations also. We our per capita GDP is very low, equality is a little bit higher. If we overcome with all those problems as well, so definitely it will be further. So that will provide, because if we see this in terms of demand. So providing the demands for not only for Asia but also the entire world. So for in terms of this, you can see. So in that sense, we can talk about the Asia. This is the position I was talking about in far from China, and China is much more even in the United States, but definitely if we overcome with all those problems, definitely we will further. Even our population drastic and our largest one, which is again next problem, but still our per capita income is growing. So that shows a little bit positive side that this standard of living and poverty at least that equal somewhere distribution about it. Global presence of diaspora, that is another kind of, you can say, edge for us, advantage for us. Approximately 31 million people are outside India. If you combine this will be the Australia and New Zealand combined population. So the population which can help us to interact with other nations, other world, and to get the business and interactive things. So that is another the strategy. Space diplomacy. We have already covered that China we have done, and we have collaborated with and we have set up Vietnam for strategical and alliance about further about it. So that is another advantage. Global compression, disaster relief. This is that we are in that also we have the relationship. We are trying to do many things. So what are we? Of course, in economic terms, we are saying economically. So if you see at we are doing okay, we are doing good. So definitely the GDP is fine. When you see in 2019, it's approximately 3 trillion to 10 trillion this economy. And if you see the trade as a share of GDP, 20 to 50% trade is also you can see here. The annual growth per capita that is also very high, more than 5%. IMF predicted recent in 2024. Yesterday also the many slides have showed that the predicted growth is even higher in all other countries, irrespective of all other countries, as a highest growth rate projected in the next year. The annual growth rate in 2023. Of course, we have seen the best for 1919, and this is the crisis. Even though we have not reduced our and our growth rate is still at a good level. So, in that sense, I just want to conclude here in the sense that we have a question here that how sustainable we are. So I'm saying in terms of India, if I'm looking at India as a contributor to Asia in a total, so definitely more kind of the crisis have been hit to Indian economy, but we survived somehow with all of those crises, and we sustained our growth rate at the 5% level. So somewhere we are sustained. And also we have high potential to grow further. Our agriculture is still not that advanced. We have a potential there. We have our industries have a potential. Our service sector have a potential. All these things have a potential. If we increase further, that will definitely add to the economy as well as the Asia or the world. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your very optimistic vision of Indian economy. Rapid, dynamic, sustainable, everything is very good. Am I right? Do you have any problem?
No, we have a problem. The problem. Agriculture is in the.
Okay. You mentioned the blockchain technology. How do you use it, and who developed blockchain technology in India, and for what?
For example, now for agriculture goods, for example, initially the milk was sometimes we found that there was a mix in the milk. So now this blockchain technology with the supply chain, and we can identify how much the milk have been produced and how much was consumed. If there is a mismatch, then there might be a problem in the militaries, and we can see all the level where it has been increased, where it has been fall, and all those things. So we are working on it. We are not completely followed it, but yeah, definitely we are working on it. So there are even in the meat production and the milk production, the food grain production, everywhere we are introducing this kind of supply technology.
As far as I understand, in India, agriculture is mainly under the government regulation. or you have also kind of private cooperation unions or something like that? It's mainly small enterprises, small private. I actually don't know how it works.
Farmers are completely private. They are doing their own. Only government is providing a minimum support price for a few crops, food grain crops, mainly rice, wheat, and the few pulses and all those things. So not for the cash crop and not all the other crops. So even because we don't have the food processing, the better food processing industry, we don't have the storage capacity, a good core storage capacity. So and in that light, we have introduced, the government have introduced the certain farm laws to ease the private player to come and to come into the this area, and they can involve in all those things. So they try to do it, but on few issues it was become a political or economic.
But are there any government subsidies to farmers?
Yeah, in terms of, yeah, but that subsidies is reducing because of this AOA agreements and the other agreements. Because most of our subsidies was in terms of direct subsidies, no R&D subsidy, and the other subsidy was not there. So we are reducing the direct subsidy the every year, because that is a target which was given by the AOA agreements to us.
Okay, any more questions, please? Please, your question.
And the economic growth is really unquestionable. My question is about the outcomes for the population, because I had a discussion about jobless growth, and you show figures about the creation of new jobs, and I know that is also the informality, which is more than 90%. So if it's improving or not, if you have more formal jobs or not, and the income of the population, both in urban and so generally speaking, the outcomes for the population, if they are as impressive as these macroeconomic indicators. Thank you.
Yeah, since 2010, if you see the job, the employment is falling, and that's falling 1 to 2% definitely, and it's a big issue for the concern. But these are the period where we have a lots of crisis, which was prevailing, for financial crisis, and then this the COVID crisis, pandemic crisis. And then in that period, most of the population went back to the agriculture that I have shown here. So many, because initially when we started, the agriculture was over employed, over expected in the previously. Now also there was some back shift from the urban to rural. But yeah, I am saying, yeah, there is a chance of the other sectors, because it was happening in the past also, when the agriculture have a crisis in 97, and that period the service sector, industries, and all other sectors have gone to over, and somewhere compensated. So I am very hopeful in that sense that when we are working on the Make in India initiative, or the some initiative where we are working on the business of self-employment, all those things. So that will generate more employment in that sense, or that will create a more.
Okay, thank you. You have questions here.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Took the mic here.
Could you please tell us anything about the route of logistics, or maybe the cooperation between Indian and Southeast Asian, maybe the geopolitics, something like this? Maybe I have seen in the presentation, but it's passed very fast. Yes.
Asian, the Asian countries, we have started an initiative in space diplomacy, and we have set up office there in the Vietnam. And many other Because definitely some limitations even be that I will not get the vast area. So I don't know much about it, but yeah, we are moving like I spoke about Vietnam. They set up these things. They have also done, but yeah, there are some problems with sometimes with your own friends, neighbors, and the neighboring countries. Here also, if we overcome these barriers, then definitely in Asia, the China is a real leader for us. So if they really, we have potential. We are saying that we have a potential, and we want a leader, and we are also doing that kind of thing in South Asia, Southeast Asia, where we are somewhere. So we want the similar kind of some collaboration in other countries so that it will make things better.
About Myanmar and Thailand, do you have any information about Myanmar and Thailand?
And do you have any data about trade balance between India and China?
Yeah.
Okay,
So,
later.
Yeah. Sorry.
Go to the next one. Grigory, do you want to?
Okay. I was involved with Indian economy for 10, 12 years because we are coming mostly to the ORF side to BRICS events. It's tremendous success, of course. Two questions. One is how important from domestic views is inflow of cash from Indian gastarbeiters in Persian Gulf, because we dependent on the oil price. And second question, we read Indian sources, and there are some doubts about the quality of statistics. Should we take it seriously? What do you think?
Recently, actually, we are somewhere because pre-COVID and post-COVID, we have very less official statistics. So they are also the academicians are also relying on some private sources for most of the things. For example, the whatever we are saying in terms of the population, that initially covers with the census, but so far we have not done census. So
2011.
yeah, last 2011 was the census year. So after that, it should be happened in 2021. But first of all, it was a COVID period, and then some political, because caste census and other was the demand of the other public.
We were covering, we even compared once the census of 2011 with 1931, the last British census. A lot of interesting things. Thank you.
One more question. Yeah, thanks a lot for this comprehensive presentation. And yes, really the success of India for the last decades is really tremendous, no doubt in it. However, my question is more particular. So India was involved deeply into negotiations about regional comprehensive economic partnership together with ASEAN countries, China, and a number of other countries in Asia Pacific. But finally, India declined to participate in it. So what is the reason? What was the problem? Why India did not become yet, at least, the part of this regional agreement?
As for my knowledge, they interacted, and I don't know that recently, if it has declined, I don't know about.
Maybe they just in the process of negotiations, or they.
The agreement was adopted, but without India.
Maybe India just postponed. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay, we will know later. Any more questions? Yes, please.
Thank you for the presentation.
Learned engineer analysts, they suggest that typically the economic transformation is from agriculture to manufacturing and then to service. Okay, meaning it's an exceptional case where you bypass the manufacturing. I think this partly explains the falling employment. Okay, at the same time that they do this manufacturing. Okay, that is part of the driver of growth, but you cannot do that anymore because the context is changed. My question is that we are initiative, so-called green economic transformation in India, increase the regional in a good way as well.
Sorry, pardon. No. Last line.
Not only manufacturing sector, but in changing context of manufacturing, which is also friendly to the environment. Where the climate emission, that is I put in a the public sector the private as well as the banking sector. But now sectors getting that private, and in that sense, required a lots of the other entrepreneur, the small scale entrepreneur, the other a lots of as the sir just mentioned. Just mentioned in terms of somehow we should be the sector of the other sector growth tourism in terms of insurance in terms of other sectors, but the capacity of those sectors have elements further that are also required in the industry. Infrastructure. So definitely those requirements still there. These things.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? No? Okay, thank you very much. We are moving to the next speaker, and it's Devin Lin, consultant attorney, Guangdong Zhongxi, I'm sorry, law firm, China.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Devin. Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation for the previous speaker. So we are moving now from India to China. Okay. So first of all, I want to say about a little bit. Oh, thank you so much. A little bit about the agenda in the meeting. It asks the question, is the Asian economy becoming more self-sufficient and less dependent on external factors? How sustainable is economic growth in Asia? So I think I cannot find a better topic to address the question of this section than talking about a double circulation strategy that China put out during the COVID-19 in 2021. So this is a national strategic development policy legalized by the National People's Congress in March 2021, and it is highlighted in the 14th five-year plan for socio-economic development for 2021 to 2025. It talks about two parts. So this dual circulation has got two circulations. The first one is the internal circulation that focuses on the domestic economic circuit, and the second would be the external circulation that focuses on the international economic circuit. And the question is, between these two circulations, which one is more important? So, well, from China's perspective, I think it's prioritize the domestic circulation over the international circulation after this policy. So sorry. Yes. Can you get to the next page? Okay. Yes. Now. Oh, okay. I'm here. I'm comfortable here. Thank you. So, to answer the question, like which one is more? Is China's economy becoming more dependent or more self-sufficient? We will look at the two perspectives. Like, what is China doing internally? China wants to attain a higher levels of self-sufficiency in key areas by enhancing innovation, and it wants to diversify supply chains and put more investment into different specific sectors and diversify the source of local government's revenues. So in this way, I think China is becoming more and more self-sufficient. At least it wants to. But on the other hand, externally, China is doing a lot of things to position itself as a global manufacturing powerhouse in high value added products. And it wants to strengthen the status of RMB as an international currency and popularize Chinese standards in construction, telecommunication, and other industries. And then we have got a much discussed topic in this conference alone, that is a Belt and Road Initiative. So in this way, I would say, I think China is not withdraw from the international community. Instead, it wants to actively exert its influence globally. Okay, I want to talk about the several issues that concern the domestic economy of China. The first one is population. As we know that China is one of the most populous countries in the world. But however, I think the overall population is aging rapidly, and there's a very accelerated aging tendency in Chinese population. So the same case remains for Hong Kong and Macau and Taiwan as well. And the second one would be the low birth rate. Now in China, we used to have a very restrictive policy that a couple can only have one child. That's called the very famous one-child policy. And it was relaxed a couple of years ago into two-children policy. And now a couple can have 3 children legally in China, but more than 3 children, you still need to apply for certain permission, especially if you are, ethnically speaking, if you belong to the Han group of China, which is the largest ethnic group of Chinese. We have got a more favorable policy considering the minor ethnic groups in China. So now we are proposing to have to relax the policy to allow any Chinese couples to have endless children, like as most of the countries in the world do. So this is number one thing. But the young couples, they don't really want to have children due to like economic pressure and other pressures from the world. The second one would be employment. Now, in China, the economy is not doing very well, and the domestic unemployment rate is very, very high. We have heard that many college graduates, like they become unemployed the moment they graduate from colleges. And we have got like millions of college graduates every year. So this is one of the issues I think the Chinese government is trying to fund. And then among the young generation, there is a popular mindset called lying flat. I don't know how to translate that into Russian. But it means that just to give up, it means to be passive aggressive. It means to become to become kind of hopeless, because due to the fact that no matter how hard they study or work, first of all, it's hard to find a job, and if you find a job, it's very difficult. It's not like a job that you feel very fulfilling, and no matter how hard you work, like your income can never afford you a decent apartment, say in the top tier or second tier cities, and as the property prices is skyrocketing. So there's a very common or shared feeling of lying flat during the young generations in China. And the third issue I want to talk about that in Chinese economy would be the industries. Like China's economy has been heavily dependent on the real estate industry for years, but now the real estate market is collapsing, and the major developers are facing serious debts and other legal issues in China. So if the developers are not doing very well, then like there is a chain of contractors and subcontractors, they may not do well. And the local government, they may suffer from the decrease of revenues from land sale as well. So that is one thing. And another thing is like we seem to have China seem to be very keen to develop the electronic vehicle industry, and we have got a number of electronic vehicle manufacturers, and now those giant Chinese technology companies are joining the force, such as Baidu and Xiaomi and Huawei are all set to become the car manufacturers in China. And then I know that the issue would be the overcapacity. Like, do we really need those so many? Because Tesla is doing very well, and Tesla has got a factory in Shanghai as well. So that is another issue that I want to mention about in my presentation. Okay, then what are the issues concerning the external circulation? Of course, now the relation between China and the US is not very good, but happily that our president has just met President Biden in San Francisco, I think just a week ago. And then there would be the regional security issues. As you know, that China and Japan, we have got a dispute regarding the ownership of one island. And then at the southeast China Sea, that we are not doing very, very well with, like Vietnam or Philippines. Yes. And then there would be, of course, the tension between the North Korea and the South Korea. In the region. Then another thing that I feel personally concerned would be, yes, we are like the world's manufacturer factory, but are we having a lot of well-recognized Chinese brands in different areas? Like I'm not sure. I want to know from my Russian colleagues, like how would you think about when you think about the Chinese brands and any brand that you feel is really good, that's really famous, and you feel it's very expensive or very stylish or very artistic? I want to know about that. And also one thing is like the Chinese standards, like China is trying to develop its own standards especially in construction areas, but are these standards like well accepted by the rest of the world? And for the implementation of the Belt and Road Initiative, like there are complaints about an unjustified increase in debt to China and the predominant use of Chinese labor and construction sites in their countries. So these are the challenges China is facing in terms of the external circulation. And the opportunities would be, of course, one topic that has been discussed this morning is the trade integration within BRICS. And another topic I want to talk about is the trading opportunities with Russia, especially now for the expensive mental complaints in Russia. Hong Kong is becoming more and more attractive after London and the UAE. So last, I want to talk about Hong Kong's role in the dual circulation strategies. So after 2019, Hong Kong is repositioning itself. So Hong Kong wants to become the super connector between the mainland China and the world. And as you know, Hong Kong has experienced dramatic political transformation during the past 3 years. We have got the imposition of the national security law, and now the Hong Kong government is trying to localize the national security law in the form of a local legislation, which the CE guaranteed to be completed by next year. And then is the 2021 Hong Kong electoral changes that is initiated by the National People's Congress, where the electronic rules has been changed to ensure that only the patrons can be elected to govern Hong Kong. And we are now having the district election going on, and the voting day would be the December the 10th. And for this year's district councillors, they all have got a background check before they could be nominated as the councillors. So we could ensure that they are all patrons and to be elected. But Hong Kong people, we still have the vote. We can still vote between the candidates that you think like you feel is more capable, or you feel is more aligned with his or her political agenda. So that would be what happening in Hong Kong now. And that's all of my presentation. I would like to seek for your views about Hong Kong and China. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lin, for your interesting detailed presentation of external and internal specificities of China new model. I have two questions. The first one, what about what is your opinion? Is it really the main features? I mean, this external and internal circulation, new important features of China new economic model, or it's just some kind of supplement to more important activities of China Communist Party? It's first question. And the second, it's very interesting about the superconnector, Hong Kong as superconnector. I like this expression. My question is, how important is the influence of Communist Party in Hong Kong? You know that in China, in mainland, Communist Party is present everywhere, in companies, banking, on the stock exchange in Shanghai, as far as I understand. And in Hong Kong, it's the same, or it's completely different situation? Thank you.
Thank you so much. First of all, I think you asked me a very, very important question. That is exactly the question that I'm actually thinking when preparing the talk for this afternoon. Yes, is this dual circulation strategy like the soul of China's next decade's development? I don't think so. But what I think is like why they have to give emphasize to this strategy is because I think the central government wants to send a signal to the country that we cannot rely on overseas markets. We should focus back on ourselves. We should consider the possibility, like if one day, like we cannot do business with many countries in the world, can we survive on our own? So I think that would be the significance that's behind this planning. So I think that is something which is more underlying the strategy itself. So if you look at the circulation, like it emphasizes on the internal circulation. So it wants to prioritize it over the external circulation. But when I was preparing the topic, I look at like we are doing a lot of things in the direction of going forward, like going international, like as well. So I don't think that I don't think like it's like okay, so to get not balanced, like, but instead I think it's just want to tell the people that yes, we should also focus on ourselves as well. So I think that would be the reason. Okay, and as for the second question, well, I would say the Communist Party is not present like in the same degree in Hong Kong, and Hong Kong is still an economy which is enjoys a very high degree of dependence and autonomy as promised by the basic law of Hong Kong. So I think like the imposition of national security law is really to make Hong Kong is to emphasize like the one country part of the one country, two systems. Like we are one country, two system. So Hong Kong is representing the capitalism system and the mainland China is representing the socialism system. So like the imposition of national security law in Hong Kong is about the one country perspective, but Hong Kong is also doing very well with the support of mainland China regarding the two systems as well. So we are still very independent economy with the rule of law, and with the imposition of the national security law. There is a more stable, I think, business environment to do business. So yeah, so that gave Hong Kong the possibility of playing the superconnector role in the internal circulation and external circulation.
Interesting, but not completely clear for me.
Of course, because this is very highly sensitive and political. Yes, like very difficult to. But I think that is about Hong Kong. I mean, Hong Kong is part of China, but it's very international. So I think that is really Hong Kong. You cannot really define Hong Kong.
Okay, thank you very much. And there's more questions, please.
Mr. Lin, that line flat mindset of the younger generation that you mentioned, how serious is that? I mean, every generation tends to complain about the younger generation, saying that they're not active enough or they're not hardworking enough. How serious is that, maybe in quantitative terms? Some surveys, does it really produce a negative impact on the economy, or just more of a subjective?
I think, well, it is true that every generation believes that the generation after them are less hardworking, to some extent, yes. But you have to think about this phenomenon in a very particular time and space, which is now at the digital age, where you could basically spend your entire day with your phone. And we have got TikTok and very popular social media platforms where the youngsters, they can just, spend days and days by watching videos and enjoy themselves, on the social media. So compared to the previous generation where there's no social media, there's no phone entertainment, like you have to do something, right? Like you cannot be entertained that much by your phone alone. But for this generation, they can do it. Basically, they can do it, and they can even, build up a career by becoming a KOL or by becoming a YouTuber. So in this way, I think they are more inclined to become lying flat if they want to, because they are entertained, they have got a device that can take much of their energy and time. So that, I think this is one thing. And secondly, that would be China now is like 30 years, 40 years, 50 years after it's opening up. So the economy is well developed, and after which, like every industry, not every industry, but most of the industry are so well developed, and you have got really less opportunity to start anew and to become competitive. And under these circumstances, like that means that you're, no matter how hard you work, like your income would be very limited, and the competition is very fierce. So in this way, it's not like, you have got passion, you have got determination, you can make something happen. So I guess so.
Yes, thank you very much. Very interesting. And Igor Makarov,
thanks a lot for presentation. Frankly speaking, I didn't completely understand the idea of domestic circulation. With external circulation, it is clear. With domestic, so you shown us the number of problems, a number of issues that's really important. But what is the positive part of all this? So what is suggested to do? So it is the stimulation of domestic demand, it is the development of service sector, stimulation of innovation. So what exactly, could you please clarify a little bit the idea of domestic circulation?
I think it is exactly about the stimulation of domestic demand and innovation, and it's about, like, China wants to develop its own innovation industry and have got its own giant enterprises that could foster the further growth of domestic demand. I think that would be the focus of domestic circulation. So in case like no companies like try to do business with China, then China can China can still have got a very robust economy, like internally. I think that would be the case. Yes.
Any more questions? So please. Oh, sorry.
For this
very
very open and critical presentation. Well, the question, and you elaborated role for Hong Kong, which for a while already part of China, but still there's some diversity. But this is important for like financial sector. Now, could you please elaborate role for a relation with Taiwan for keeping technical advantage or superiority for China?
So your question is about
Taiwan.
Okay, and about China's like mainland strategy towards Taiwan.
To which how it will be developed and how important is to keep, because its economical connections are very tight right now, but there's some problems still exist. Therefore, even for economical development of China, potentially it's extremely important because Taiwan has a very special role, like in innovative industry and so on. This is a question. Could you elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I mean, as a Hong Konger, I feel like diversity is very important for China, especially for China too. So now I think the both sides across the strait, they should recognize like each other's competitive advantage, and they just need really to figure out a way to acknowledge that we are one country. So I think that is what we want to do. But actually, I think for Taiwan, they also preserve the Chinese traditions very well, and they also believe they're Chinese. But it's just like one is called the Republic of China, and another country is called the People's Republic of China. So these are like ideology differences. Like how can you really recognize those? Like that's a political challenge, which is very challenging. But economics, yes, the tide is very, I mean, the connections are very tight. And I think both sides, they want to strain the ties as well. And it would only be a win-win if we could keep the difference, but at the same time, united as one country. That's how I feel. I think that is the same footing for Hong Kong and Macau as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And the last question before coffee break, please, yours.
My question regarding labor market. So you mentioned that aging population is increasing, low birth rate. At the same time, there is an unemployment, as you said, skyrocket. So I'm just wondering what kind of unemployment, is it cyclical, structural, long-term?
I didn't get your question. I got to the background.
What kind of unemployment problem? It is structural, cyclical, or long-term?
Psychic, yes, definitely yes. Structural, I think so. That well, it's like I think like for these years, like the population is declining, but we are still having got like lots, like millions of college graduates at this time. Maybe in 10 years' time, there will be significantly smaller population of college graduates, per year. But now we are still at the peak of like having college graduates, and then due to COVID-19, I have to say, like I think the economy is not doing very well after with that. Then with that number of graduates that enter into the market every year, and with the shrinking of the economy at the same time, then you have got this structural problem that will lead to a very high unemployment rates. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we have a coffee break, please, for 15 minutes. If any more questions to the speaker after coffee break. If not, we will start with Grigoriev and his colleague for presentation. So, bon app. This session will be devoted. This session will be devoted to Leonid Grigoriev and his colleagues. Let you introduce. I don't see. It's okay. So we give you 30 minutes for both of you, and then we have discussions and final conclusion remarks. Okay? Yes.
Dear colleagues, we are happy to present our work. It's article which was published in June, and actually everybody is trying to understand how the internal mechanism of Chinese group look like. What we are trying to do is to use something very simple, pretty standard indicators, and a simple approach to capital formation. No econometrics, no philosophy, no legal issues, just capital formation. Окей. Вы думаете, это будет двигать? Или вы двигаете? А кто двигает? Никто не двигает. Ну, нет, окей.
А можно пультом можно сейчас пользоваться?
Так вот я и пытаюсь.
Куда нажимать?
Нет, ага, оп. They started with purchasing the data book, official Chinese data book, 980 pages. And Daria Zoronkina, who is speaking and reading Chinese, organized the process so we could use so it's all official data. We didn't try to invent anything additional, just it's a flat, straightforward analysis of official Chinese data. We understand that Chinese success was well organized from above, from Deng Xiaoping to Xi Jinping. We understand, but I personally encountered the problem in Moscow when specialists on China, mostly politologists, discuss Chinese affairs. They only final analysis show that we mostly talking about Xi Jinping. That's good, but we want data. We want what is inside the Chinese policy, and we just put the list of problems we are looking for. Up. No. This is the graph, the only graph not from the paper. Additional, we put it 2 days ago. You can see clusters. We use for analysis some clusters. And on the left, you have a scale with GDP per capita. In international purchasing power, $30. And in 1992, China and India were in the same cluster. And after that, we deviated, and China started with $1,000+ per capita, and went, you can see for 22, it crossed the line above 20. So it's at least 12 times, actually more. India made tremendous progress as well, but not too far, so far. Green is Brazil. And Brazil reached the line, crossed the line of 10 at the time of Lula, and after that stopped for a while and lost about 5 years of turmoil and stagnation. And after that, in the last 2 years, turned up. Blue is Poland, which is the only country of transition from East Europe, which actually did the real success. But let me remind that at the start of reforms, Poland was the only country in East Europe, inside Soviet Union, which had private agriculture and private retail trade. They never nationalized. So it was mostly close to by ownership structure to Latin American countries. So Washington Consensus, which was developed for Latin, was pretty good for Poland. And we never made mass privatization. We never made this grave mistakes of some other countries, including, unfortunately, mine. And Germany. So we have top cluster with Germany, which is reaching 60,000. And we have we have by one country per cluster. And China is already in cluster, I believe, 3, from 6 to 3 by our calculations. For those who remember 4 groups of the World Bank, it's very simple. 2 top clusters in the upper group of the World Bank, 2 next clusters in the upper middle of the World Bank, 5th, 6th in the low middle of the World Bank. But between averages of each cluster, actually each next cluster has 2 times more average GDP per capita for countries. So inside World Bank groups, you have 2 clusters with difference 2 to 1 by GDP per capita. Where these are different countries. Now, so we know what was made by China. We went from 6th to 3rd cluster, and we made it with average growth rate 10-11%. The main breakthrough you will see on graphs was made between 2004 to 2011. At first, we were fighting poverty trap, low income trap. In the middle of the first decade of the 21st century, we made the most dramatic, it was the most dramatic success. Probably, yeah, that's it. What is interesting here? You have investment share of GDP around 45%. Practically, it's absolutely unique in the world. There is nothing close to it. Normal rate of capital formation is about 25. United States have about 25, but we recalculated 2 percentage points of intellectual products included in the capital formation, actually less. And to sustain, it started in 2006 because modern Chinese data, which is more or less comprehensive, starts from 2006. We recalculated for this period. Before is maybe not consistent with this one. And you can see how yellow line investment growth went down, but still it's about the same as a reduction of the GDP per capita. So growth rate is down, but share of GDP is the same. China, unique country, it has consumption rate of in GDP less than 40%. It's also unique. United States are on the opposite side. The consumption rate is about 69, 70, with average 55 in the world. So China 40 consumption, United States 70. They on completely different side of consumption in the world. And if China is going to increase domestic consumption, it has 15 points from 40 to 55 just to go to the global average. It's a long way.
I can
Yeah,
continue this.
yeah. Here, Daria Zhoronkina comes in and gives you a quick assess of main parameters.
So the macroeconomic dynamics of China in the 21st century shows that this huge country doesn't have immunity from external shocks and domestic problems such as population aging, slower growth of working age population, dependence on growth and investment in the private economy. So economic growth slowed down, caused a dramatic shift from 10.5 average growth rate of GDP from 2000 to 2008 to 7% in the period of 2012 to 2019, which we consider as a period of slowdown and it appears intentional. So the period from 2020 to 2022 we consider as a period of crisis and a reduction in the intensity of capital formation. And the period from 2006 to 2012 is the period of adaptation to the global financial crisis. And then we can say that the coronavirus pandemic hit hard the Chinese economy in 2020 and the growth declined to 2.2%. To structural changes in household consumption, which dropped the most to minus 2.7%. And in terms of export growth, it rose to 3.8% in 2020 after falling sharply in 2019. And investment growth was about 2.7%. So the main drivers of capacity building in China were high capital formation, education, and aggressive export policy. So in our opinion, we emphasize capital formation and its sectoral structure and observe some stable parameters of investment process across 2006 to 2022, indicating that there is a visible growth plan in China. Involvement of Chinese government central regulation or just some state plan. So if we look at these two tables, on the left side we can see profit to ratio manufacturing, and it is going to see that the figures from most industries by 2030. It is interesting that the indicator for the production of medicine increased twice. And for in terms of gross profit to investment ratio, figures also led the velocity and also significantly change. Data for the production of consumer goods was 2020. And then 2021. So let's move to the correlation analysis between all those variables in the manufacturing industry. So it showed that there was a high correlation between those variables between 2006 and 2021, which supports our hypothesis of a hybrid investment mechanism which exists in China. So if we speak about investment, if we speak about investment in structural advantage sectors of the economy, so we can say that from 2006 to 2021, there was a stable growth in investment, both at current prices and in real terms. However, there was no decline in the rate of capital accumulation in GDP, and it is because it is explosive growth. And 2006 to 2011, right before the Congress of 2012, Chinese GDP per capita escalated from $6,000 to nearly $10,000, meaning that China moved to the fourth cluster. So, all in all, it remains to be seen whether China to reduce the share of capital levels, which is about 25%. So far, we cannot below it. And okay. So in these slides, we would like to draw attention to China's high-speed railway network. The first HSR came into operation in 2008. And since then, since 2009, the total length was about 968 kilometers. The scale of China's rail network expanded to cover 42,000 kilometers by the end of 2022, which accounts for more than 70% of all high-speed railway lines in the world. And so the boom of HSR continues, and it is expected to reach 70,000 kilometers in 2035. So now
I will start. No, get back to. Well, the breakthrough of the global infrastructure and global modernization was made in the late 19th century, beginning 20th century, before World War I, by building railroads. The same picture was in the United States 1 century ago. But what was regular train, now it's speed trains. And it indicates how it goes in China, because we need build these roads and use a lot of electricity and enlarging basic infrastructure. Probably we may expect that the reduction of emission of greenhouse gases will start more intensive. Reduction will start after completion of your railroad system, after 2035. That logically may be expected. So this is a part of the background, and it's a good teaching lesson for the rest of developing countries. You build infrastructure physically, you build communication, you build education. After that, you have GDP is going to increase along and after. You cannot avoid these stages. Okay. Annual growth by sector, but there is a slow move to the from primary sector to mostly secondary and tertiary. The structure of investments changes. We made here share an annual growth. Since the general growth was always very fast, the structure of big industries by one-digit industries rather stable. If you look at the transport, storage, and post in 2020, in 2022, it's 9%. It's a huge share of national investment, 9% in transportation. It's a little bit down, but it is still rose. And in 22, it's 7.8%. The line water conservancy, environment, public facilities, is one of it's the third after manufacturing in real estate. Manufacturing is stable above 30%. Real estate almost one quarter. Two big industries. They represent more than half of all capital investment in the country. But the third is connected to water in environment. And this money will be used in China against emission. It's this item. It's huge amount. It's roughly 12% of the out of 58 trillion yuan. So we say it's about 6 trillion yuan. It's close to $1 trillion. This item, water conservancy and environment, it's about $1 trillion a year. So if China is going to spend 15 trillion till 2060 for on reduction emission, they have money in this item. Next. We will not go to all the details because we have too much information. Interesting problem, what is driving investments? Gosplan, state plan, as we said, invisible hand of Gosplan in Russian terms, or it's a market. It's a combination. The stable shares of profits to revenue or investments to profits. We basically show that there is some kind of rule for companies for decision making, for how we use profits, what is share of external credit or budget monies for investments. And what we can see that investment behavior reflects export changes. We have a table later on. Yeah, that's export. Export reached in 2022 $3.6 trillion. It's absolutely outstanding number, and it's even hard to imagine how much is it. And can you imagine how much trains and shipping it takes to deliver all these goods to the external world? And import 2.7. So it's almost $1 trillion of trade surplus, 0.9 trillion. So numbers completely outstanding. Electrical machinery group or share, where is it? 27, machinery 15, other plastics 4, optical 2, transport 6, but each percent is 36 billion dollars, each percentage point. It's very hard for China to secure the growth of the export because world is too small it takes serious. It must be very fast growth of the rest of the world to buy more Chinese goods by any substantial numbers. So there are some natural limitation for the export expansion. From our point of view, China correctly put the idea of turning from export to domestic demand in 2012 at the Party Congress 10 years ago. But in this 10 years growth, global growth continued, and they didn't change much main parameters between domestic consumption, investment, and growth, more or less the same after 10 years. Now it's time to change because the world cannot continue its own growth outside China fast enough to take Chinese export in much more bigger numbers. Probably it will be restored after some decline of American import. That's technicality. On global parameters, China is too big, already too big. Growth rates in 22 were very, very high, and probably we expect some stable. Now investment in manufacturing. We cannot put all the long tables. We just presented a few one. Look left side of shares, computers in 2006, 6%, in 21, 10.7. There is no data, we don't have data for 22 at the moment. So the end is 21. Non-metallic mineral, and so you can see most important, cars 5%. Cars are stable. Practically, we reached a certain level of production, 28, I believe, million cars, 28 million cars a year. With Americans in around 13, I believe. So it's already absolutely outstanding numbers. Here in manufacturing, the analysis give a bit more easy picture of demand-driven investments, because export changes. There was drop in demand in 2020. What we definitely observe after is it's a huge growth of export in medical or different medical equipment. So the simplest definition for secret of Chinese investment success is a combination between very high investment, capital formation rate. It's a zero level, but in annual changes by sectors and by industries, two-digit industries, is a combination between the state plan and some changes invoked by changes in global demand. So we see them, but we don't have time to go by industries. So we don't want to go into monitoring all the details of Chinese export. We will have, from my point of view, very difficult. It's doable, but it's difficult to change from export to domestic consumption, because you need to move more money to consumers. Consumers must limit savings and turn to expenditures. Third, you cannot expand too much on clothes or gadgets or telephones, even computers. It's turned to it's turned to housing, even not to cars. It's more to housing, services, and a different lifestyle. I'm not. I don't know China enough to advise anything on the lifestyle, but it's a lot of work because Chinese economy have solved most of the problem and came to the very high level of consumption and solving the previous. But the next target is not just GDP per capita, but GDP per capita in consumption. I would expect that if it will be driven by state decisions, I would expect that Chinese share of investment will be going down 1 percentage point a year. Down, and consumption, domestic personal consumption, will go reciprocally 1 percentage point a year up, and will slowly changing macroeconomic proportions. But it will be the problem to decide which sector or industry will be reducing share of not size. Size will be growing, but share of investment, it should be very structuring between industries and domestic demand and consumption will be must be growing by different type of goods to different regions. So it's with we were discussing here some group of countries. China is a special world by itself. It's like planet with the regions in the industries, and it will be. We will observe very interesting picture how we will be restructuring investments and a little bit breaking the share and increasing the share of consumption by different components. That's it.
Thank you very much. Just in time.
Oh, just
Thank you. Yes, yes. Under the big pressure of moderator. So, your question, please.
In fact, question, I just a comment.
A comment?
Yes.
Okay, maybe first we have some questions.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. My first questions in that case. Interesting sectoral analysis of investment, but more or less known to the specialists who are busy with the Chinese economy. The question is, and the problem to my mind is not so much in sectoral differences in Chinese economy as in differences between state-owned enterprises, investment capabilities and results and profitability, and private enterprises and foreign direct investments, which is very volatile the last time. So can you any ideas about that?
As far as we understand that foreign capital is limited now, especially because of technological.
Not just limited, it's just reducing very fast.
Yeah, no, well, it's just a language. It's just a language. But China has huge positive trade balance and can afford cover. It's not money. My point is not money. It's a problem only of technologies and management. It's very important. It's not money. Second, after reaching certain level of development, each country must be capable to make next steps. So it depends on the technological, educational policies of the government, how they to what extent we are ready to pick up and to start leading in innovations, not just buying innovations. State-owned, you know.
Share of state-owned enterprises and general investment process.
No, yeah, in China, I would say a difference between if we are talking about big enterprises, not about retail trade, I would, what we observe that big private enterprises are operating in the framework of the state policies. And the plan is corrected by, say, changes in export demand. But I don't think that the investment policy is of big private enterprise completely independent. Probably we see a very intensive investment policy to keep 40-something% of GDP in investment without on private level is virtually impossible. Otherwise, we wouldn't do it.
They have huge debt.
No, well, no, I don't think it's a problem. I don't believe. I keep reading Western negative description of domestic financial affairs on stock exchange, on bad banks. There are bad banks. It's already 10 years after the crisis. Government basically buy out bad debts one or another way. I don't think it will be the problem. The real estate sector, from my point of view, is a problem how fast the personal income will go down to the next cohort of families. So top cohorts are already affluent and they have good housing. Probably government may target next levels of people with income, helping them to afford next level of good housing. But it's still a lot to do. I just came from Shanghai. It's very impressive, but I'm not talking about the 2 streets with good shops. It's not about it. You're being driven by hour across the city, and that's good housing. It's 20, 30. It's good high riser, but it's still high risers of the first generation. It's not yet.
Yes.
That's high risers of a country between $10,000 and $20,000 per head. It's not the housing of the country with $40,000 per head. That will be different finance, different housing.
It's clear. Okay.
And that's it.
Okay.
Now, Chinese authority will do it their own way. They will not. They will need, because of the size of the problem, they will need to invent how we will do it themselves. I'm not ready to give you the recipe. I will think about it. I'm not. Let me put it this way. I wasn't in the task to prepare the speech how to change social structure in income. No, but
I will not ask you about
my point that the key to the next development will be in income distribution between families and regions. And it will be defining the success in the solving real estate
between
development.
and not between state-owned enterprises.
No, I don't care. Well, I'm sorry, I don't care.
Okay.
I don't care.
Okay, any more questions? So your comments, please.
Okay. Since your presentation is quite clear to me, so no questions from me. But it reminds me of something, you know. I forgot to mention in my previous presentation, you know, but Chinese governments is different from other countries.
it's associated with the investment, you know. You just mentioned the high-speed railway, you know, it's associated with the debt, you know. In China, we have the public-private partnership. If the railway built into your province, the provincial government, even the local government should provide money. They have no money, bad. Yes, the borrowed from the around the areas. You see, not only the railway station, not a high-speed railway, but also the high-speed road and underground, something like that is also is associated with the infrastructure associated with the debt. So in my opinion, in China now, that is not a big problem because the debt associated in the infrastructure, you know, in China, you already take some railway, high-speed railway. It's very comfortable and very fast. I mean, it is 20 kilometers per hour. It's really convenient for the people to traveling. So recently I don't take the airplane. We just, you know, moving around the areas is safe and also comfortable. That is my comment.
Yeah, I was on the fast trains in Shanghai and in Liaolin. I wasn't. Well, the point, it's a very important point. Infrastructure already constructed may be connected to debt, which is slowly paid out by income from railroads on some in our way. After using it for a decade, I would expect that who keeps the debt? That will be the problem. So if you have debt relief on the international basis between countries at the expense sometimes of private bondholders, inside one country, I don't see why it would be very difficult. Let me give you one remark on 19th century. United States were building railroads on European money. European money issued through stock exchanges in Amsterdam. The crisis of 1889 basically eliminated all the debt because railroads were bankrupted. And United States were free to have, they had railroads and no debt because companies collapsed and nobody paid Europeans with debt. Complete. Germans, after unification in 1870, made very simple thing. They nationalized all the railroads of the previous German states, put them inside the Prussian Railroad Company. Prussian Railroad Company was state company, and that created the share of GDP of state budget to GDP was 2 times higher than in France or in UK, just because it was a huge railroad company in the budget. They put high price on tickets, and they financed rebuilding all the system of German railroads from 1870 till the First World War inside the state company.
I'm sorry, what does this point tell us about China? Now, China.
I'm saying that China made something like Germans.
Oops. Okay.
But using some debt from locals. Germans financed through the budget, but it was more or less balanced by very high tariffs on railroads. China made a reasonable price and financed by local money. So what? It's a different type of building, financing of building infrastructure. There is no, I don't see it as a obstacle to the growth. Yeah, it's a financial problem. Of, each country did it different. We did it this way. So what?
Yes, only physical limits of the geography limits the growth of railroads. Okay. Okay. Any more comments? Yes, Igor.
Yeah, thanks, Leonid Markovich and Daria, for the interesting presentation. In general, I agree with your conclusions, but I have a little bit different interpretation of the data, frankly speaking, because the beginning of the problem of today's China with this debt and with this huge savings rate, it comes from the beginning of the 2000s, when there was a huge number of policies which were aimed at redistribution of wealth from households to the government and to the large business. And here is the imbalance not between private and governments and state-owned corporations, but between households on the one hand and large business and the government, then state-owned corporations on the other hand. Because which are these policies? For example, devaluation of yuan, which is good for large business, export-oriented business. It is under-financed pension system, for example. It is underdeveloped environmental policies, for instance. It is dual financial system with different rates for credits and deposits and so on. So all these policies redistributed wealth from households to corporations and state-owned business as well. And what is the consequence? The consequence is that savings rate is increasing because who are the major consumers? The major consumers are households. The major savers are corporations and business and the government, state-owned business or large private business. It doesn't matter. And what happened next? So for a long time, all these huge savings that were accumulated in China, they were converted either in some good investment with high rates of return, which all this infrastructure, all these huge industrial projects, which gave huge return and fueled Chinese economic growth, which was like 13% in some years in the 2000s. Part of them were exported abroad. This global savings glut, well-known metaphor of Bernanke, all this investment into US debt and so on. So these savings were converted into something either in China, but which is good for economic growth, or outside of the country, which doesn't concern China directly. But afterwards, all this stopped because the global imbalances, they narrowed after the crisis, and exports of China, it is trade balance in China, it's narrowed a little bit, so exports could not be the part of the source of absorption of these huge savings anymore. And at the same time, the room for productive investment within China, it also narrowed because of the economic growth, because of the economic development, because all the best infrastructure has been already built, and the next infrastructure would, of course, bring less and less returns, and so on. And what we see is, on the one hand, the slowdown of economic growth as a result. On the other hand, we see how much of this investment is just unproductive, and it generates very low returns or even negative returns. And it leads to the rise of debt, of course, at the regional level, at the level of private sector, in construction, for example, the most obvious example. And what we have, this is what we have now. And China made huge efforts to mitigate this problem. So they stopped all that policies which redistributed wealth from households to business. They developed their pension system, and which is quite okay right now. They internationalized and they liberalized financial system. They started very strict, relatively strict environmental policies. They stopped, at least until some moment, devaluation of yuan, or nearly stopped, at least. So they did a lot to fix these imbalances, and they really achieved some rebalancing, and they really achieved some decrease of savings rate, but it is not enough still. So it is much less than it was in the 2000s, but it is still the highest in the world, 40-something%. Yeah, and it is still the problem. And yes, I agree that the most important right now is to boost domestic consumption, which they are trying to do, and in which they achieved some success, but this success is not enough. And I think I hope that it will strengthen. And this idea of dual circulation, it is also about that. So they want to really boost somehow domestic demand, but it's not easy given the scale of the economy, given the inertia, given the system of governance, which is not quite always flexible. Yeah, but this is a challenge, but I hope that they will succeed finally.
Yes, mainly I agree. Just one comment. But you don't even mention such option as military consumption, and we see it's growing. And the options for government for investment process in real current conditions, it may be very important options. And we never know about that because it would be in manufacturing, in railroad, in something like that. And we still don't know what happens before. And we still don't have any information about the profitability, so on and so forth. It's my first comments because nobody even mentioned about that. But the process is going on, and a lot of special military objects, especially military bases, especially military equipment, so on and so forth. And these trends will be growing. I have no hesitation about that. That's first. The second, we have a lot of political ideas and political proclamations about BRI, Belt and Road Initiatives. What really happens? How much? It's geography for all the world. They are not close to the mainland China. Maybe a lot of things maybe happen, but what really happens? It almost 10 years. And what are real investment? Where are these railroads? Where are these ports? Or, I don't know. Do the Chinese statistics provide any information about that? Any more questions or comments?
I'm very thankful, Professor Wang and colleagues Igor and academician Ivanova for comments. But let me remind you all that Daria Zhoronkina and Leonid Grigoriev is not the Institute of Studying China. With 100 people, 200 computers, a budget $500 million, and so on. We just 2 people. We have some more supplies. Actually, we have 3 diploma works on the 4th year of bachelor's this year. So we are tripling our investments in China studies.
Very good, very good, very good.
That's one, because you are asking, I expected it. I definitely expected that the discussion will be not about what we presented, but on the whole Chinese problem in general.
No, it's only about investment.
No.
Sorry.
Chinese investments could be hidden by industries in the big numbers, of course. That's a possibility. The issue is that we limited our presentation. There's an article in this presentation consciously to direct study. It's a background work to understand general things. We cannot elaborate too sophisticated details, but we may say that the next article will be even much more sophisticated, I promise.
Thank you very much. But you have to remember that you and dear Daria Zaronkina, I respect you both very well, but you have to remember that there are some institutes in Russia, in Moscow, and even in High School of Economics who study China and have some data about that. Don't invent the velo.
Well, I attended many events about China, but mostly we're talking about government policy. We don't work with data.
Okay.
Zero. So far, there is. You are right on availability of data. We worked with open data, but I couldn't find anything of that kind to read. Disraeli, there was Prime Minister of United Kingdom in 19th century. He had very nice slogan. He said, "When I want to read something interesting, I sit and write it."
Okay, very good. Any more comments, people? Any more comments, questions, concluding remarks? So everybody agree with the final discussion and and of course with Israel. So I. Okay, so we have to wrap our session, and I think it was really interesting. We have different look from different points of view, and from very much general level to the very concrete level of industries, of special railroads, something like that. So I think it was very useful discussions, and I hope that we will meet together to discuss the problem of world economy and Asia the next year, and we will see what really happens with real investments, with two contour of new China development, and the development of what we really don't discuss today. It's the process of regional integration. There are a lot of formats for regional integration, ASEAN, ATES, I don't know exactly how to pronounce this abbreviation, but we know that all the format of regional integration with China is the founder or active participant are growing very much, are growing faster than any other formats where China does not exist or does not have an interest. And to my mind, what will happen in real regional integration inside the ASEAN in Asia will really define the growth of world economy for the next 10 years and will be the source. I'm not very much agree with the thesis of fragmentation, deglobalization, new format of globalization. Not very much happened in that sense, because the trade between United States and China still growing. The trade between China and European Union are growing very much faster than before. When we see, and we see also the very much integration and very much trade changing inside Asian region, where you see fragmentation. The fragmented regions are still Africa and Latin America. They still cannot participate normally in the process of it, and we see how huge are the problems in these two regions. That's it for today.
Thank you, Natalia Ivanovna. So we came back to the discussion of yesterday. Actually, we discussed half of the fragmentation and deglobalization. Yeah, but it was in conclusion now. Okay, thanks a lot for all the participants of this session. It was very interesting. We understood a lot on the one hand, and we also understood that we do not understood many things, which is also valuable. A special thank to our moderator, Natalia Ivanova. Thanks a lot. It is about.
I am sorry if I was too oppressive.
No, absolutely fine. So I suggested from the very beginning that we should have not just presentation and reports, but we should have discussion, and so we should have not just discussion, but intensively moderated discussion, which was absolutely done. Yeah, this is about this session, but this is the last session of our conference. That's why I should make some concluding remarks on the conference in general. So we had 2 days of hard work, and I really appreciate the participation of everyone in this work and your contributions. I think that it was the conference with a very intensive discussion, which is very good. I think it is always much better than just listen to one presentation after other presentation. We had discussion, we argued, we agreed on something, we did not agree on other things. We learned a lot, I think, and that is what is valuable. I really appreciate the time and the force of our foreign friends who went to Russia in such a severe season. It's not the best weather in Russia. It is much better to come in summer, of course. In summer, we have no snow.
We demonstrate our cultural code.
Yes.
Yeah, but
Yes.
We tried to demonstrate our cultural codes, and the weather is the most relevant to our cultural code, I should say. Yeah, so it was very nice. I hope to stay in touch with all of you, and I hope for further cooperation. I remind you at the very end that we have a journal where we will welcome the papers from all of you. Of course, we will continue the next year, and we will have the 12th and I believe 13th, 14th, and so on annual conference on the global economy, and the format would be more or less like that. So we will think about some more topics and other innovations. But however, the format is the same, and I think that this format is quite productive. I want to thank not only our foreign participants, but also, of course, our Russian colleagues from HSE and from other institutions. I want to thank everyone who helped to organize this conference, our students who were the guides for our foreign friends who made a lot of organization work here. I want to express special thanks to Alexandra Dolina, who was in charge of all the organizing efforts. Yeah, and also special thanks to all those who came to our conference in order to listen to us, in order to participate in discussion, in order to learn something about the global economy and share your views. Thanks everyone, and I hope that this would be the beginning and in some cases continuation of our long-term cooperation. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. And may just a couple of words about culture first. When I enter the building, the boy on guard asked me, "Are you the guest or speaker?" My answer was, "I am moderator." What is it?
You could say.
No, please, explain. Anyway, thank you very much. It was really nice.